special board meetings?
So moved.
Second.
Anybody have any questions with the meeting minutes? Jeremy?
Okay. Mr. Fuji,
Yes.
Mrs. Dorsch,
Yes.
Mr. Crowell,
Yes.
Mrs. Graziosi,
Yes.
Mrs. Nix,
Yes.
Mr. Colson.
Yes. That'll take us to item number 7, recognitions. We've got Rylan Ranelli from PRE for March Student of the Month.
Ryan, are you here? Oh, hey. Well, come on up. So this is for you. I'm going to let you hold that. And could you tell me a little bit about yourself, what grade you're in and how old you are?
I'm in 4th grade and I'm 10 years old.
And what is your favorite subject? Reading. About animals? Okay. Try this one. Check.
It's working.
Okay, well, Prairie Run Elementary is proud to honor you, Rylan Brenali, as our Student of the Month. As noted by our teacher, Rylan is an enthusiastic student who puts 110% into everything she does. She brings positive energy into the classroom each day. She is always willing to help out a peer and sets a good example. Rylan loves PRE because everyone is really nice and welcoming. She loves spending time with her friends and reading books while she is at school. She loves to go to the beach with her family, which includes her brother Luca and Brecken, and her mom and dad. She is her happiest during Camp Gaga week with her cousins. Ooh, I gotta hear about that one. Babysitting, practicing outdoor soccer, and riding her bike also are her favorites. Rylan is not sure what she wants to do when she grows up, but PRE is confident that her path will take her to great places. We are so proud of you, Rylan, and wish you all the best in your bright future. Could you tell us? I want to hear about Camp Gaga.
It's a time where I go with my mom's mom and my cousins, and we go to her house and we swim in the pool and we get together.
Well, that sounds like fun. Well, thank you very much. All right.
And next, we'll have Austin Krieger from Big Walnut Middle School, Student of the Month.
Hi, Austin. I would like for his parents to step forward with him if they're both here, please. This is a proud parent moment. And Austin, this is for you. I don't know where you can put it, but it looks like an eagle. Austin's teachers have all written wonderful things about him. He is, the Big Walnut Middle School is proud to have Austin Krieger, son of JT and Stephanie, as a student leader and individual who soars in all that he does, both at school and in the community. Austin is the proud brother of Kelly, teacher in Westerville, and Jarrett, student at Otterbein. Austin is known for being a leader in the classroom and the type of student who strives to achieve his best in all that he does. Austin is a member of the cross-country and track teams at Big Walnut Middle School. In addition, he supports the Builders Club with service projects in the community. Tell me about the Builders Club.
Builders Club is like, Builders Club is like this organization that tries to help others and just gives out to the community.
Sounds like you're a future lion for the Lions Club. We do the same things. His career goal is to own and operate an animal shelter to provide veterinary services to animals in need. He may want to pursue a degree after high school that supports this mission to include animal sciences. Austin reports that most would not know that he has such a passion for raising awareness against animal cruelty. What are some ways you have raised that awareness?
Um, yeah. Well, I have adopted actually 2 guinea pigs from a shelter, and I have helped them become more relaxed around people, and they came from a very bad situation, so I've helped them be better around people and have a better life so that they can be happy.
Watch out when he brings the horse home. Oh, he said that's his sister. Outside of school, he's involved with 4-H while showing market sheep annually, as well as the youth group from his church. He enjoys hanging out with his friends, is an avid Marvel enthusiast, especially Wanda Maximoff. Did I say that right? And Doctor Strange. And swimming in his pond on hot summer days, and we're all hoping he can go swimming this weekend. Likewise, he enjoys talking with his family, being outside, and vacationing in Florida. Austin would like to thank his parents, siblings, teachers, and friends for always pushing him to do his best. We believe that Austin is a model student, both inside and outside the classroom, as he always displays attitudes and values worthy of imitation. We are proud of you. And in lieu of reading all of these messages from his teachers, I'm going to give him this form, and he can read them, and they all said wonderful things. And as a former college professor, you would have been a great student. I would have loved to have had you. So congratulations, Mom and Dad, and Austin.
And next we have Luca Cherubini. And I apologize up front for that. From Souter Student of the Month.
So this is Luca Cherubini. Can't hold so many things here. I'm gonna give you that. I have some great things here to say about you from some of your teachers and Mr. Cox over at Souders. It is with great pleasure that Highland Souders Elementary School recognizes Luca Cherubini as the Student of the Month. Luca is a 4th grader, and he is the son of Josh and Kelly Cherubini. And you have one sister, is that right? And she's in 2nd grade? Oh, exciting. What's her name? Piper? Is Piper here? Hi, Piper. So I'm going to read a few of the things that Luca's current and former teachers had to say about him. Luca always comes into class with a positive attitude and a ton of intrinsic motivation. He shows so much persistence in solving difficult math and logic problems. He never gives up until he finds an answer. Do you know who said that? No, it's actually Mrs. Lineweber. My kids had Mrs. Lineweber when they were at BWE too. Luca is a respectful, helpful, incredible young man with a hardworking spirit. He is a problem solver and cares about others' successes as much as his own. He's going to do amazing things in this world. It has been a joy to be a part of his journey. That was from Mrs. Betts. And then Mr. Heck says, Luca has always done well in my class. He's always excited to learn new things and eager to help out a classmate if they are struggling. He is a leader in and out of the classroom and seems to be that one person that his peers can always count on. Those are pretty great things they had to say about you. Can you tell us what is your favorite class in school? Math. You're good at solving those math problems, huh? Do you know what you want to be when you grow up? No? No idea? Are you excited to move on to the intermediate school? Yes, you're ready, huh? Excellent. Well, congratulations to you, Luca, on being the Souter Student of the Month, and you and your family can go get and you can take
And next, we will have Michaela Howell from Big Walnut Middle School, Art Student of the Month.
Hi, Michaela. Are your parents here with you? How about if Dad comes up here with you? I like for you to see the parents who've had such great success with these great kids. For being named Art Student of the Month at Big Walnut Middle School, the Big Walnut Local Schools hereby recognizes this outstanding achievement. Your hard work and dedication reflects great credit upon yourself, the Big Walnut Local School District, and the entire Big Walnut community. And here is your painting. It's beautiful. You want to tell us about your painting? Here, I'm going to hold this.
Okay, so it was for an art contest, and like the category was like endangered species. So there was like this big list of like things that you could of animals that you could draw and that were like endangered to like raise awareness and stuff. And I just kind of chose a bunch of animals and kind of just like slapped them on and hoped it looks good.
Oh, that sounds exciting. Do you like painting? Like draw.
Yeah, but I thought the paint would just like look better than like pencils.
Oh, yeah, I think it's beautiful. If you would be so kind as to leave it here, and they will put it up on the wall here, and so that we can have our art gallery. And this is your certificate. And I think if you go right through there, they're going to take pictures. Thank you, Dad, for coming up.
And next, we will have Liliana Preby. How is it?
Liliana.
Liliana? I apologize.
You will do me a favor and you will hold that up. So you are at Souders as well, right? With Mr. Cox. You're also in 4th grade. Are you excited to go to the intermediate school? Yes. You look like you're very excited to go to the intermediate school. Yeah. Has it been fun to be kind of a leader at Souders, though? So you have this beautiful piece of artwork. Do you mind telling people a little bit about it?
No, I do not.
Do you want me to hold it? And then you can...
This is my jungle artwork. I just wanted to help these amazing animals that are, some of them are endangered, like this margay, and also three-toed sloths are endangered, and I wanted to help them repopulate and not go extinct.
Excellent. Is it okay if we keep this here in this central office till the end of the year so people can see it? Excellent. Well, for being named Art Student of the Month, the Big Walnut Local Schools hereby recognizes this outstanding achievement. Your hard work and dedication reflects great credit upon yourself, the Big Walnut Local School District, and the entire Big Walnut community. So congratulations. Go next door and grab a picture.
And next, we'll have FFA student recognitions. And Mr. Fuji has graciously allowed me to do the recognitions. Jordan Loki.
They might all be coming.
Pardon?
They might all be coming at the same time, Mr. Crowe.
Well, we want to make sure we got the right one. Maddie Jones. I'm making sure that I've got the right group.
Got you.
Brinley McCurdy. She's not here tonight. Sophie Marvin. That's you. And you guys are being recognized for being a member of the biotechnology team, placed third at the state level. The local schools hereby recognizes this outstanding achievement. Your hard work, dedication reflects great credit upon yourself, Big Walnut School District, and the entire Big Walnut community. What was it you did for the biotechnology team?
It kind of mimics the biotechnology is a newer industry. It mixes like all sorts of sciences like biology and chemistry. So we took the main thing we did was we took a scenario that had to do with food poisoning, and they give you symptoms and different issues, and you do an hour of research and create a presentation to present about what disease that people may have gotten, treatment, containment, and you also do a variety of other things that fall into that industry.
Sounds like a worthy cause, and I take it she must have done all the speaking. Yeah.
She does it best.
She does. She did a very good job. Okay, once again, Jordan Loki, Maddie Jones, Brendan McCurdy, not here. Sophia Marvin. Why am I one short or two short?
Yeah, we have food science.
Oh, that's one. This one is for receiving a gold rating at the state level for her officer book, the Big Walnut Local Schools hereby recognizes this outstanding achievement. Your hard work, dedication reflects the credit upon yourself, Big Walnut School District, and the entire community. Haley McComas.
Haley also couldn't make it tonight. But the next two.
And Mallory Klein, same award. And Olivia Jenkins, same award. Congratulations. Sophie Marvin, special recognition. It had to be you, didn't it? For being a member of the FFA Food Science and Technology team and winning the national competition and placing 8th individually overall. Big Walnut Local Schools hereby recognize the outstanding achievement, your hard work, and your dedication reflects great credit upon yourself, Big Walnut Local School District, and the entire community. But congratulations to our FFA teacher. Awarded the 2022 Ideas Unlimited Award from the Ohio Association of Agriculture Educators.
Congratulations.
Long walk back.
You can say that should also open up some seats up front for folks who are interested. Students who usually are recognized and leave don't normally come back, so certainly there's several seats up front if you're interested.
That'll take us to item number 8, Superintendent's Report. Mark?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to, first of all, welcome Grant Coulson here tonight. Grant is filling in for Savannah Smith tonight, and Grant is currently the Student Council Vice President. So we welcome Grant and excited to hear his report later tonight. Also want to announce that I'm excited to share that the season 2 of our district podcast will be coming soon. Our high school students have now taken over a great deal of the hosting, the recording, the production, and we'll continue to share on some of the topics of interest around the district. Season 2 is going to be available on our website and many of the podcast platforms beginning in May, and we're going to be sharing that every week on Tuesdays. So very excited to hear from our high school students in that video production class. Next, I have Mr. Josh Frame here tonight with Big Walnut Middle School's building presentation.
Fantastic. Thank you, members of the board. Thank you, Big Walnut community. I'm excited to, and Mrs. Nix and Austin actually set up things very well as we're talking about the Builders Club at the middle school tonight. And so as we start to look at this, get these turned on here. I'm going to invite some students that are going to help us talk today about why they're involved in Builders Club. Ask that they start to make their way up here and share their passion. But quickly as we talk about this, and you think about our Eagle profile, and you think about service, as I look through those words on that Eagle profile up there, and think about what does service mean. Every one of those is connected to the things that these kids are passionate about and are doing within the Builders Club. I want to invite their staff sponsor, Mrs. Carrie Knight, who has taken on this role as the club leader, help these students develop some things. So Mrs. Knight is going to share and introduce the students.
Hello. I would also like to recognize Dr. Linton, who's here. He is the Qantas advisor that has helped put this together. We applied for actual membership this year and had a charter party, we called it. So we're excited to have this club, and I had a great group to start us off. I'm going to hand it over to them.
My name is Addison Opliger, and I will be telling you what Builders Club is. So when I first heard this club, you think about building things, while in reality we're building up the community. So this is a way to get the youth involved in the community. And when you think of what a normal middle schooler would be doing, the expectation wouldn't be for them to be involved in the community. And this is allowing us to be able to. And there's many Builders Clubs out there, but no two Builders Clubs are the same because they're made by the members for the members. And our goal is to set the starting blocks for the rest of our youth to get involved, and we're only getting started.
What a typical meeting looks like for the Builders Club at the middle school is I will call the meeting to order with my gavel, and then we'll go over the old business, which is something that we've already done or something that we want to look back on and maybe think about redoing it. And then we'll go over the new business, which would be something that we would like to do, something that a student has brought an idea to us and something that they would like to do. And then sometimes we'll help out at the middle school. We'll wipe down the desks and the doors. We'll restock the printers with copy paper, and then we'll just help around the school. And that's usually what a typical meeting looks like for us. And then this is the pledge. I just thought I'd go over it. I pledge on my honor to uphold the objects of Builders Club, to better my school, my community, my nation, and myself, to aid those in need while enhancing leadership capabilities, and to encourage the fellowship of all mankind.
So some of the main events we have had this year is, one, we've elected our own officers, being president, vice president, treasurer, and secretary. We've also helped with the Veterans Day breakfast by helping with decorations and centerpieces, tablecloths, things like that. Then we also hosted our own food drive, and we were very successful within just a week. And we also helped with Christmas on the Square. We had our own craft table, and we fully ran out of supplies, and so we had to close up a little early, so I consider that successful. We've not only helped outside of our school, but also inside of our school, like Parker said. We've helped wipe down desks and door handles, and we filled up copy paper in the copy rooms, and we also helped with concession stands at the Hooperama games.
Hi, I'm Cheyenne McLean, and I'll be telling you about why I joined Builders Club. I joined Builders Club to help expand my character. At first, I wasn't quite sure what it was, but over time, I learned it was like an organization to help the community, which encouraged me to stay. I was able to do a good share to this community because of Builders Club. I believe being part of Builders Club has helped me become a better person and built up a good layer of positivity.
Some other events that have happened this year, more recent, is that we walked down to GRE and read the book Wemberley Worried to a kindergarten class. And that is the Reading Project in action. And I really felt like it helped us show the kids who are going up how we're involved in the community. So when they come up to our grade and stuff like that, they know and have the option to do what we did to them.
Hi, my name is Jack.
And I'm Nico. And we are not only part of the Big Walnut Builders Club, but also part of Big Walnut Middle School's principal leadership team. And over the past few months, the rest of our team and us have been working to develop a service day for our school. Our service day will be a day dedicated entirely to serving the community. Its main purpose will be to allow students alike in our school to experience the joy of giving back to the community for all it's done for us.
I actually have to thank all the people that's actually working with me for the service day. They're very hardworking. We done everything we could to actually make this year's service day as the best as we can. We designed like several shirt ideas and we let the student vote on them, like which one's the best shirt design so we can all wear on service day and let everyone know that we're working together and we are a team. We also are planning to have like several ad campaigns and spread around the school, like such as posting on social medias, since everyone's on their phone these days and not really living in reality. We are planning to like making like ads and me and like a couple of my friends is actually planning to make like a music video since like music videos are pretty popular these days. And personally, I am working on the veteran fly fishing and working with one of our substitute teacher at our middle school. His name is Mr. Davis. And I talked to him, and he agreed to me being working with him at the actual event of veteran fly fishing, so I can tell like people like what to say and don't because some like might disturb the veterans. And I also actually looking forward for this event because I never fly fished before, and I'm really excited about this.
And as Jack said previously, we've organized a number of service sites for our service day on May 6th to allow our students to expand their character at our school, bettering our school and our community.
Okay, and then our dream for Builders Club is that when 5th and 6th graders hear about this, that they're excited to come up and be involved in the community. And as I said before, how the expectation is that middle schoolers wouldn't be involved in the community, but we want this club to allow the middle schoolers to have that expectation so that we are able to help out.
Like Addison said, we want the 5th and 6th graders coming from intermediate school to the middle school for them to be excited about helping in the community and in the school district. So now if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. Yeah.
How long has the Builders Club been active at the middle school?
This is the first year.
First year. How many members?
18.
Is Zeta keeping up her end of the bargain? Is she helping with you guys, my daughter?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Making sure she's cleaning in there.
Yep.
We need more 7th graders though.
You need more 7th graders? She enjoys it. She has a good time.
So obviously, hey, let's give these students a round of applause. Again, I think this just speaks volumes to the heart of youth to give back, the heart of looking out and having the eyes of empathy to show compassion on others, but also bring joy to our school. Seeing them load that truck right there after they had a chance, Dr. Lynn, I think it was your truck, right?
Filled that with food.
To give back to the community and the pride that they shared just, again, makes all of our hearts happy. And again, the perspective of them, all of these individuals here, 8th graders moving on, laying a foundation for the next crew coming into the middle school to continue to grow Builders Club under the guidance of Mrs. Knight. So thank you again.
Mr. Frame?
Yeah.
Before you take off, how many community sponsors do you have for Service Day?
So, we have our service day. We were set for May 6th, and we have over 50 different sites that students will be going out into the community to serve on that day. Look for those bright yellow shirts. out there supporting our community and kids getting their hands dirty for our community of Big Walnut.
I love how you've brought this to Big Walnut Middle School. I also love then the sponsorship from Kiwanis in terms of making deeper partnerships, more than just the one day a year kind of annual tradition, but also something more sustained over time. To that end, I like your call to the Eagle profile as well, because developmentally, as kids are reaching the middle school age, you talk about their willingness to give back and the heart kind of component. You know, they leave elementary school, they start to realize that the world is a little bit larger. Intermediate school, they're still figuring out what they can do, where they can be involved, where students can be involved. And here we are in middle school setting that foundation of community ties. So veteran fly fishing is just one example. I know they've done things from a lot of manual labor, cleaning up parking lots and busting logs and doing some things for other communities. Can you give a real quick high level, like where all are these? Not
Yeah.
all 50 of them,
We'll
but
have
maybe some
students
highlights.
going into all of our schools, doing team building, doing reading activities. You'll see us on the square and at the cemetery, laying down some mulch, but also planting a tree for a former council member. So, you know, in addition to extending the multiple partnerships in Delaware and, you know, other areas as well. So we're really looking forward to this opportunity for our kids to select teams of interest and build that perspective, and glad to have it back after 2 years of missing this.
And just in the event that any community partner might be listening and saying, hey, I might have a project that they could do. Can
Call
they
the middle
still
school.
call the middle school, see
We'll
Mr.
get them
Frame?
signed up. We will
Got it.
set up, and we want to support those initiatives within our district.
Thank you, Mr. Frame.
All right, next we'll have a curriculum update with Mrs. Annie Clark and Miss Kate Thomas.
Good evening, everybody. I am here, great transition from Service Day, Builders Club to Sex Ed, an academic advisory update. So welcome. A quick academic advisory update. We had our very last meeting of the year last night, and we had a really great turnout considering the busy time of year. I know as a parent of two that are highly active in sports, everything changing, it's hard. So we really appreciate everybody coming out for that. We did work on several different areas. One of the areas that we covered last night was the sex ed required content. The previous plan of relationships under construction coming in to teach that content, and the kind of the turn of events on what happened in between, and then kind of where we are now. So I will go through kind of like a timeline, but before I do that, I just want to reiterate that this was not Big Walnut's decision to not have relationships under construction come in to teach that content. We have not cut ties with them, as they are still in our high school teaching dating violence to date. So I just want to make sure that everybody is aware of that. So to start, thinking back in September, we had a internal team meeting with myself. I think Mrs. Truex was there, Mrs. Hamburg was there, Kate Toma, and some staff members from RUC. And at that point, we just discussed, I'm sorry, I'm going to take that back. RUC was not there. This was just our internal meeting. And we discussed the concerns that we had heard in previous years and kind of what we were going to do with that information, and how we were going to present that to AAC. When I say AAC, that's Academic Advisory Council. There's a lot of acronyms in here. So then we had our very first Academic Advisory Council meeting in October. At that time, that council looked at the standards, the required legislation, and we, at the end of that evening, said, okay, we have 1 year, we're crunched for time. We know that we have a lot of work to do in this area, but we really need input on, do we want RUC to come in and teach this content, or would you like this content to be taught in-house? An overwhelming percentage came back and said we would like RUC to teach this content, as long as there's a couple tweaks and changes. So come November, we, at that point, then had a meeting with the staff from RUC. Very pleasant to work with, and we shared all the feedback. We said, you know, our AAC council, they want you guys to come in and teach this content, but we are asking if as we get some feedback from this committee, will you be willing to make some changes? And they were absolutely willing to do so. Right up front, just, you know, stressing the need and the want for transparency, especially on a sensitive topic such as sex ed, abstinence, STDs, and STIs. So at that point, it was November, we went ahead and said, if you could just send us all the materials you plan to use, that way we can put them in front of our AAC in January. So come January, RUC graciously handed over their materials. As we were going through those materials, realizing that there were some videos that we recalled in a PowerPoint. At that point, we reached out to RUC. They were unable to hand that PowerPoint over due to copyright. Totally understandable at that point. We said, we promised that we were going to be transparent. So are you able to, we've got to work something out, because we've got to be able to, whatever is going to be in front of our 7th graders, we really want to make sure these people get their eyes on it, meaning the AAC. At that time, we had a staff member from RUC come to the Academic Advisory Council to show the PowerPoint and what different slides and videos were there. Unfortunately, there was sickness going around, so we were not able to have the instructor was not there. I believe they didn't know who was actually going to be the instructor, and Mrs. Catherine Wood was unable to attend. So we appreciate them sending out somebody to show those slides at that time. So during that meeting, the goal of that meeting was to look at all of the content and then get some input from our Academic Advisory Council, which they did give. And some of that input included tweaks and changes, and then, being able to provide that transparency. February comes around. Gosh, this seems like so long ago. And we met with our Big Walnut team along with the RUC staff. At that time, we shared, here's some changes. Are you willing to make some of these tweaks and changes with your program? Absolutely. They were very easy to work with, cooperative at that time. And I don't mean at that time, they've always been cooperative. And then March comes, and our communication went out to all families about when this was going to be taught. It was going to be taught March 22nd. I think, don't quote me on that, it was a 3-day window before spring break. At that time, calls were coming in and completely fine. Parents were wanting to know what exactly is going to be taught. Can I come and see the materials? And at that time, yes, we had the worksheets, but we still did not have access to the PowerPoint. So that alerted us, well, we didn't feel 100% comfortable saying, yes, you can come in and teach this content to our students, but we can't, and here it is, but we can't show you the PowerPoint. PowerPoint is used as a teaching tool a lot of times, and that's exactly what the intent was for that. And RUC staff ensured us that they couldn't share it because of copyright laws, etc. So then in March 7th, I believe Mr. Cooper and I sat down and had a call with Mrs. Catherine Wood, and we said, we really aren't comfortable with you putting this PowerPoint in front of our 7th graders if we can't share it to the community. And not that we would, we offered to have a paper copy and sit there while parents glanced over it, but they weren't able to do that, which is understandable. And then we said, we can't have you use that tool then. And they completely agreed at that time that they were not going to use that tool. So on March 5th, I think March 16th, actually, we had a final meeting talking logistics. Where are we going to meet you on the first day when you come in? And as a reminder, these are the things that we have said, that we, just making sure we were on the same page, and we were good. I received a call that evening that they were not, relationships under construction would no longer be teaching that content due to not being able to use the PowerPoint and some of those items. So I just want to reiterate again, it was, it's nothing personal. We have not cut ties with the relationships under construction. It was simply that the piece of being able to provide full transparency to our families and our community on what was being taught. And then I don't want to take up too much more time because I know we have a ton on the agenda, but I will say that all of the things that Megan Truex and myself went through and planned for May, but now the instruction will take place the first week of May, is the same topics. Standards are met. our academic advisory committee, all of the members had opportunities last night to look at the videos, look through the PowerPoints, look through all of the lessons that we're going to be put in front of our kids. So we have a very tight timeline. Obviously, communication we're planning on to go to parents tomorrow. And with that, we will be able to show links to every video, every PowerPoint, every worksheet. So nothing is different in terms of what's being taught. It's just going to be taught differently. So think about our language arts standards for 4th grade. Everyone has to teach those, but teachers use different tools to do so, if that makes sense. So I just wanted to give an update on that. Okay? Okay. Have a great night. Any questions, comments?
No, I just wanted to say thanks to you and Kate and Megan for all of the efforts that you put into creating the new materials to teach this. I know it had to have taken a lot of time and a lot of planning, and I appreciated the opportunity as the board, one of the board reps to the Academic Advisory Council, to attend that meeting yesterday and look over all the materials, and so thank you for making all of those available in the videos and everything else.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
In that same spirit of gratitude, I suppose it's worth mentioning also some appreciation around the idea of, keeping that in the spirit of our current board policy about parent access to curricular materials, and the fact of the matter that parents are wanting that access. So in terms of walking that line and providing that, and then realizing that, hey, something's not necessarily going right with how this is rolling out, and then taking that responsibility to do that yourself or with a team. I for one, appreciate it. And the kindness that you show of the fact that, hey, this is still an organization that we have a relationship with. In fact, they are providing some health curriculum at the high school, I think, in a 10th grade level course. And we still have that relationship going with them. We just want to make sure that we're able to provide access based on our policy for curriculum review. Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions?
You mentioned back in September that there were some concerns to how RUC had been provided. What were some of those concerns?
Sure. So this is going to be tricky because we have that year of COVID in there. But prior to this year, there was concerns in the community with RUC, because I believe at that time, and Mark, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but their website, maybe there was just some things out there there were promise cards that may have been passed out to students at that time. And so there was just some questions, concerns in the community, which is what alerted our academic advisory committee that we needed to kind of get on this and figure out how we can serve our kids best, still teach the content standards, and make sure that we were providing that transparency. So we already had a little bit of information just based on some concerns that were brought up prior to COVID. And then when
those concerns were shared with, sorry, I didn't mean to start you. Those concerns were shared with Jen Young, who was in this position prior to us, as well as Angie. So I do want to just say we're answering these questions with the knowledge that we have in our
Is there a record of those concerns?
I would have to reach out to Angie and Jen. I mean, I can tell you that during the year of COVID, when we were back, they did their instruction virtually. So I was able to kind of they did a Google Meet or a Zoom of some sort. So we were able to join Jen Young and myself, and I'm not sure, I think maybe Nurse Truax was there. So we were able to kind of grasp kind of some insight, and actually it's really good. And again, I want to reiterate, this is nothing to do personally. It was just simply what we had promised versus what we couldn't produce. And I completely understand that, being able to be comfortable teaching a subject or content without certain tools, completely understandable. But this was, again, their choice, and no ties at this point have been cut. We're still working with our high schoolers. I will work at digging some of those concerns up, but again, some of those concerns were brought to us from years past, and I'm sure I can get a better answer for you.
Well, I understand that RUC had been providing those services for many years.
Just to clarify with that, because it has been quoted of 2006, the actual sexual education curriculum was 7th grade specifically, went into place in 2017. Actually, I think it was the 17-18 school year. So it's only been 4 or 5 years. I think this would have been the 5th year for this. So this has not been a long-term piece. We have had them providing some other education, I believe started in the high school originally. But as far as the 7th grade piece, my understanding is that didn't start until 2017.
Any other questions?
Were there any offers by RUC to do a presentation to the parents?
Yes, there was. In fact, they, like I mentioned before, they came in and they did the presentation with the Google Slides for Academic Advisory Committee. And then at the point that we realized we weren't able to give parents an actual.
Well, that's what I meant, to the parents, like to
there's-
host something to the parents.
Correct. They did absolutely offer to do that. However, based on some, I don't know, Mark, if you know the
Yeah, it
actual
does not fulfill the requirement
the
under board
requirement.
policy of parents being able to access those records. And so additionally, it doesn't fulfill the public records requirement for us to have those records available if they are requested. So simply having them present something, yes, it would be nice to have, but it doesn't fulfill the requirements that we are held to.
Oh, I thought that was the problem, that people couldn't see the videos.
They couldn't get a
They
copy
didn't have
of the PowerPoint.
But they could have watched them.
No, well, they could have watched them had we had them come in every time a parent. We also have a window.
Oh, I didn't know if there was an open meeting offer for the parents.
That still wouldn't fulfill the requirement though, and the parents' allowance to review, that's on their timeline. So we can't just say, well, we offered it, 3 weeks ago and sorry you didn't make it. It's a matter of if they request it, we have to provide for that within a certain period of time.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like for Catherine Wood to come up to the microphone. We are hearing a lot of Annie's perception of the communication, but I would like to hear Mrs. Wood give us her perception of how all this communication went down. I'd also like to know how many schools her program is in Delaware County, and how many other schools have had this issue that caused her to feel she needed to pull the program out. So if you're here, Mrs. Wood, would you please?
Is that a directive from the board, or is that a simple request at this time? This is the superintendent's report, and I just would ask, if this is something of public participation that may be more suitable at that time.
Mr. President, speak to that if you would, please.
I think it would be better if she did it now, since we just had the other information. It'd be more conducive to understanding what the issue is.
Okay.
But what time frame are we talking?
What is needed?
I'll allot 5 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you. Probably need to pull this down, don't I? I would like to just take a few minutes to talk about this. And just, first of all, I want to thank everybody at Big Walnut for the great work that you do. I know how hard it is, and I know how much you love children and love our community, and I am appreciative of that. And I know how many complaints you get all the time, and so I want to be one to say thank you, okay? Our 4 children graduated from Big Walnut, and we're grateful for the excellent education that they received. I'm the president and founder of Relationships Under Construction, which we incorporated in 2002. Since 2003, we've been funded to meet the federal and state laws for relationship and marriage education. We've taught over 475,000 students in 32 counties with 5 to 10 classroom sessions. Several other organizations teach our curricula for sexual risk avoidance and dating violence education. We have a collaboration of 9 other organizations in the state who also teach risk avoidance education. We're funded by the Ohio Department of Health with federal funds and the Ohio Department of Education with state funds. Our collaboration reaches around 80 to 90,000 students in non-COVID years. During COVID, many schools deemed RUC instructors as essential educators, and often we were the only guest speakers allowed in the schools during COVID. When schools were online because of COVID, RUC taught virtual classes and reached over 13,000 students a year during that time. During regular years, RUC reaches around 25,000 students a year in 120 schools. We hire instructors in each area so they can best meet the needs of the students in their area. We do not have enough funding to reach all the schools in our area, and therefore we have a waiting list of schools. We've been teaching in all the high schools in Delaware County since 2006 and several of the middle schools. Classroom teachers and school administrators see the great need to help their students learn what a healthy relationship is versus unhealthy relationships. We also teach communication skills, character education, and many other topics. Principals report the highest attendance occurs when RUC is in the school. I began teaching sexual risk avoidance in 1987 in over 50 middle schools in Franklin County, so I'm not new to the field. Before that, I taught in a high school that would be much like Big Walnut was at that time. So when our program is finished, the students complete an evaluation and comments are amazing. They often write comments like, "You saved my life," or "This should be taught everywhere," or "We need more education like this." The very sad comments are something like, "I wish you would have come last week or last month or last year," or something to that effect. Students especially like our dating violence program because we have real people with real stories to illustrate our points. Our curricula are modeled after state-suggested curriculum, and we have relationships and addiction lessons for seventh grade, eighth grade, and high school. Our program has had several third-party evaluations, so you can see those reports on our website at rucinc.org. Federal and state law fund RUC specifically to teach about marriage and healthy families. Point D of the Healthy Relationship Act of 2017 states that sexual risk avoidance must include the foundational components of healthy relationships and their impact on the formation of healthy marriages and safe, stable families. We all know of marriages that did not work, but research shows us that marriage provides the safest place for our children. Research shows people who are married are happier, healthier, more financially sound, and live longer than those who are not. We teach students that not everyone will marry, and that's okay, but we hope that the majority of them will find a lifetime partner to do life with. We teach that single parents can raise good children, and many of the students in the room are proof of that. The question is, should they have to? Would it not be easier for two people to be crazy in love with you than one? So single parenting is tough, but it can be done. RUC believes parents are the primary educators of our children, and we design worksheets so that students can share what they're learning with their parents. We want parents to be involved. There is an old research statistic that says 90% of what students take into the world as adults is what they learn from their parents. We have had some student comments that the worksheets help them to talk to their parents. So,
Mrs. Wood,
yes,
that's 5 minutes.
that's 5 minutes, okay.
I do have a question for you.
Yes.
You withdrew from providing the services?
Part of the reason was because the word marriage was asked to be taken out, and we have to teach that. So in order to meet the state and the federal law, that's what we have to do. The other part of the reason was that we offered to do parent meetings to show the PowerPoints, and that was not allowed. So, and at some point, we had to say, in the last call that we had with them, they wanted to remove more of our curriculum. And so we got to the point where we had to say, we're not meeting the state and the federal law. And so right now, the new law for Ohio is that when you teach this kind of education, you have to put on the Ohio Department of Education, website, what curriculum you're using. So I think it's very, very important that you're using a curriculum that's recognized as a sexual risk avoidance curriculum.
And part of the issue with the material was that the PowerPoint was copyrighted?
Yes.
Is that your copyright?
Yes. And, I mean, that's how we get our grant funds. That's how we do everything, just like everybody has copyrights. That's why we offered to bring it in and show it to parents. And, you know, we can do multiple meetings. I will say, how many schools have had this problem with us this year? Only Big Walnut. Only Big Walnut.
Now, I attend township engineers meeting, and for those that can't, they provide the PowerPoint pictures along
I
with.
was never asked to just provide the PowerPoint pictures. I was asked to send in the PowerPoint.
Would that have been an issue with your
That-
copyright?
I think that would have been a better option, but that is not what I was asked. And even a vice principal was on one of the calls to tell me that they had to have that,
The actual,
the actual PowerPoint.
Am I allowed to cross-examine or?
well, I wouldn't
I
call
have
it
several
cross-examine,
questions.
but question, sure.
I have several questions.
Okay.
First of all, so the first thing you stated was that the Academic Advisory Council asked you to remove marriage from the content, which is the state law.
Yes.
My understanding is that the state law minimums were all agreed to with our Academic Advisory Council. So if that is part of the law, then that was agreed to already. That was not asked to be removed.
We were asked to not talk about marriage.
That's not true.
Okay, life
There's
partner
specific terminology.
and marriage together.
Mr. President, I call for the
And we
orders of the day.
we did agree to that.
Pardon?
I call for the orders of the day. We need to follow the agenda. This presentation is not on the agenda. We're into a situation now of cross-examining and continuing questions, and we have a public that is now entering into the debate. This is a meeting of the board.
Well, the terminology of the cross-examination was at the preference of the assistant superintendent.
My point with cross-examination is this is not a courtroom, nor should it be. This was not part of the presentation. This was not requested to be part of the presentation. This is the superintendent's report. It has not been a point at which we have allowed for prepared witnesses to come up and speak to something that is part of the superintendent's report. It was not brought up. It was not anything that we had knowledge of ahead of time.
I can appreciate that.
You should follow board protocol. Every member of this board should follow board protocol, which means if we have questions, if we have requests, we direct those to our superintendent, acting superintendent at this time. And don't spring things in meetings.
Do we need to vote on the court?
No.
Okay. All right, well, I just wanted to say that even our worksheets are copyrighted, so I would appreciate if they're not used in the presentation that's being made. And I love serving Big Walnut schools. I make it a priority to do as much for this school system as I can.
All righty.
Thank you, ma'am.
I am here tonight to give an update on the Panorama survey. We will be administering our second round of Panorama surveys next week, beginning next week. The Panorama surveys that are given to students vary based on grade level. The surveys are divided into specific grade bands. The grade bands are as follows: preschool through second grade, 3rd through 6th, 7th through 8th, and 9th through 12th. The survey is given one-on-one with an adult in grades preschool through 1st grade, whole group with students on a Chromebook in grades 2 through 3, while the teacher reads aloud the questions, or students take the survey individually after hearing the directions in grades 5 through 12. This information is used to gather data on school culture, effort, student-teacher relationships, sense of belonging, school safety, and supportive relationships. The results give us the opportunity to make improvements in the above areas. Parents have the option to opt their child out and can do so by simply emailing their child's building principal. As a reminder,
We first gave the Panorama survey in the spring of 2021. At that time, we communicated the information about administering the Panorama survey through principal newsletters and Schoology. We did not have a set day. The survey was given rather over a range of dates so that buildings could base those on staffing and schedules. Last spring, we had one family opt their child out. This fall, we followed the same practice of providing a testing window to our buildings so that they could determine the best day for administering the survey to students based on schedules and staffing. Additionally, we used the same communication methods of principal newsletters and Schoology to communicate the survey window to our families. Some community members shared concerns with the Panorama survey for a variety of reasons. To make sure that we were as transparent as possible, we created a video, Annie Clark, Andy Jados, Kim Castiglione, and I, to give more information, and we provided the questions that were on the survey. So if you go to the Panorama website, there's a plethora of questions. We do not use every question that is listed on the Panorama website. We tailor it to what we are seeking. In the fall, we had 2% of our families district-wide opt their child out. A few weeks ago, we shared with families that we would be taking the spring Panorama survey the week of April 26th or May 2nd. It was communicated in the same methods. Parents could opt their children out. As of noon today, we still have 2% of all of our families opting out of this survey. In addition to aligning our survey window, we have also added verbiage to our proctor instructions to give students the opportunity to opt themselves out the day of the survey if they do not feel comfortable answering those questions. We have found the Panorama data to be very insightful and helpful. At the end of each survey window, we are able to use this data to make adjustments to each building as needed. The data also helps us to see what is working. Some of our buildings use this data to create building goals. For example, one of our buildings has used this data to improve making students feel a sense of belonging and have implemented some great strategies with the support of their student council. We will use the comparative fall to spring data to evaluate whether or not these strategies are working to improve our students' sense of belonging within the building. During our November waiver day, buildings were given their data from the fall Panorama survey and worked collaboratively to brainstorm ways to improve any areas of concern and to celebrate the successes that we have every day. Again, principals will be sharing this information during spring data team meetings to monitor progress and plan for next school year. A few other key things that we want to make sure the board is aware of. The Panorama survey was purchased through grant funding and therefore has no cost to the taxpayers of this district. The total amount of the contract that was grant funded 100% is $9,750. The current contract with Panorama expires on September 3rd, 2022. To speak to the anonymity of our students, the only identifying information collected is what grade level they are in. This was confirmed with Panorama and our district technology department. The administration of this survey takes 15 minutes or less to complete. I just wanted to make sure that you had all of the updated facts and information. Questions?
The collected data, is that shared outside of the school district?
No, it is collected on the Panorama website, but only shared to us, and they have given us specific language on how it's secured. I'm happy to give you that, although you can find it online.
So they have it.
They own the website, yes.
Well, that would be sharing, wouldn't it?
I'm reporting what Panorama shared with us.
I did review some of the questions that are on the Panorama. I believe it was for the elementary. And I believe there were 5 questions. All 5 of the questions contained issues of racism or race. Is that correct or no?
No, that's not, no. I can provide a copy of all of those questions. They're on the website if you want to pull it up right now.
Well, if those aren't the questions, then I read the wrong questions.
Yeah, the ones that are on our website are the questions that we're asking. So if you went to Panorama's website, I don't know all of the questions that are on there for K2 because we don't use those specific.
We select from, or we use questions, selected questions out of the total bank of questions. So not all of the questions that you might have seen, not all of the questions you might have seen on Panorama would be questions that are being given to Big Walnut. So they have posted the Big Walnut questions specifically.
Mr. President,
Yes, sorry.
I have some questions or inputs, or I can wait.
Can I have it, so, like, you said elementary, I have pre-K to grade 3-6. I mean, pre-K 2 is there an adult that cares about you at school? Do you feel safe at school? Do you like your school? Do you like your teacher? Do you do your best at school? Please choose your grade level. And then 3 to 6 is if you fail to reach an important goal, how likely are you to try again? In school, how possible is it for you to change the amount of effort you give? How often do you remain calm even if something is bothering you? How often do you get along with students who are different from you? How much do you care about other people's feelings? And it goes on for.
Is one of those the one of the 5 questions of race that you were, I mean, is that the same bank?
That's not the same bank, but I would,
Like, how hard do you try in class? When you get stuck while learning something new, how likely are you to try to learn it in a different way? Once you get upset, how often do you get yourself to relax? How excited would you be to have your teachers again? Overall, how much do you feel like you belong at your school? How often are people disrespectful to others at your school? How excited are you about going to your classes? How much do your teachers encourage you to do your best? How important is it to you to do well in your classes? Do you have a teacher or another adult from school who you can count on to help you, no matter what? And these are the questions for grades 3 to 6. And then the other ones are listed on here.
For Big Walnut specifically.
Yeah. Yeah, this is on our Big Walnut website. If you go to bwls.net, on the main
It's in 2
page.
spots. It's on the news feed and then it's on the academic achievement.
On the news feed, it's down like 3. I mean, I think it's an excellent way to gather information. I mean, the whole point of it is to build a positive environment for our students. It's to help our students feel like they belong in our district, to feel like people care about them. It gives our teachers feedback at ways that they can make each day better for the students in our school. Research is extremely complicated. I mean, a lot of times people make it seem like, oh, you know, just throw a lot of time and money and effort goes into all of this stuff. I think it's great that we do this, and I think it's great that we give parents the opportunity to opt their kids out if that is what they choose. So.
Mr. President,
yes.
I have spent countless hours talking or corresponding with parents regarding what's important to them. Overwhelmingly, I hear about the need for academic excellence and the fear that schools are overstepping their bounds. There are serious concerns about what our children are exposed to in school, specifically what kids are exposed to that don't have anything to do with academics. One of my primary goals is to help our school district get laser focused on academics. Academic excellence is what Big Walnut parents want. And we're talking about the Panorama Education Organization. Panorama Education is a vendor we currently use for social and emotional surveys. Most parents and community members aren't aware their kids are being surveyed by a national organization, even as the surveys themselves are in process. According to a Forbes article published October 12th, 2021, Panorama Education has received more than $76 million from private investors, many with clear political agendas. Panorama Education was led from 2012 to 2020 by the son-in-law to the Attorney General of the United States, Merrick Garland. Garland has called parents who attend and petition school board meetings domestic terrorists and asked the FBI to investigate them. According to Forbes, These Panorama surveys are used as justification for new curriculum, such as critical race theory and social emotional learning. In October 2021, Buckeye Valley School District discontinued the use of Panorama surveys for the reasons I just stated. My understanding is that we receive a grant, as you said, from the Delaware Morrow County Health Board for Panorama, and that if we discontinue, there is no out-of-pocket financial loss to the district. There are plenty of alternative survey tools available should we want to build our own. Therefore, today, I motion that we discontinue our contract with Panorama Education and cease all Panorama surveys immediately. I motion that we institute a 30-day pause to review the contract and determine any financial or legal impact that a cessation may have. If after 30 days it is determined that there is no negative impact to the district, the execution of Panorama surveys at all Big Walnut school districts will cease indefinitely. Thank you.
I'm a little confused on your motion.
I motion that we discontinue our contract with Panorama Education and cease all Panorama surveys immediately. I motion that we institute a 30-day pause.
And there's the confusion.
We will discontinue it for 30 days, and we will pause to review the contract to determine any financial or legal impact that a cessation may have. Or we can just vote to discontinue Panorama surveys immediately.
Motion on the floor.
I second it.
It's been seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Graziosi, I agree with you about academic excellence. Wholeheartedly, I agree with you about academic excellence. Our primary goal here is academic excellence. Can you discuss for me the correlation between a student's sense of belonging and their ability to achieve in the classroom?
Well, what I don't want is an outside vendor collecting data on our students. We don't know if it's safe or not. We're only assuming. These questions that are asked are open-ended questions to kids. How often, it could be just as nice as if a teacher asked the kid that, the child. I'd like to know the points. This is going to be collected and every year, twice a year.
The purpose I heard for that collection is to make sure that our students feel welcomed in their school setting. So as Mrs. Dorsch just read those questions, if there's one that, is objectionable, certainly I think that we should have the opportunity to talk about that component of it. But right now, the administration's talking about doing this, and if we were to even take a 30-day pause on it, what's the last day of school, Mr. Cooper, for students?
It's in May, so it'd be within 30 days. I believe we have 26, 28.
Maybe I'll ask the student. I bet that you have an idea about the last day of school for exams or whatnot. No, so the 24th. So a 30-day pause, in essence, would not allow us to collect that information no matter what.
Correct.
So if the goal is academic excellence and not understanding how our students feel about coming to school, missing out on that for the purpose of the national data collection is the concern?
National data collection is a concern. Academic excellence is a concern. The links with this Panorama survey, I just read them. And there's many more, as you know.
So the other conversation that I'd like to have is the idea that while you and I certainly talk with parents or parents talk with us, it seems as though 2% of our student population's families have opted their kids out. 2% seems like a pretty, not negligible, I don't mean that. It's an amount. It's not something to not pay attention to, but 2% doesn't seem to warrant the amount of energy that might be collected from the benefit side of the house on that topic.
I think that a lot of parents just don't know it's happening.
So in the conversations and in the communications from the principal newsletters and the Schoology announcements and the social media feeds, the ability of a parent not to know that that's occurring is an answer, or is it that it's tied to this national organization?
Parents may have the perception that it's static data. In other words, only stays here, that the questions are being provided only to the district, when in fact the data
This is going into a national collection.
it's going.
I think our parents are actually pretty savvy. I mean, I think you'd probably be surprised at how many parents actually want their kids to enjoy school, be happy at school, feel like their teachers care about them, feel like going to school is rewarding, feel like they want improvements to happen at school based on how their kids feel. I also think you'd be surprised at how many parents know how to go online and look up Panorama and read all of the same stuff. It's just that some parents aren't threatened by that. I mean, if my kid answers, once you get upset, how often can you get yourself to relax? I mean, I don't know if is it multiple choice or it's open-ended? Well, not often. Like, I'm not sure what the threat is with that data. And if we're worried about data collection, I'm fairly confident that the majority of our students are walking around with cell phones, which probably have a lot more of the ability to track than the kinds of questions we're talking about. Again, we allow parents the opportunities to opt out. We inform parents in many ways about these surveys and give them the opportunity to do so.
I have a question. If we weren't getting grant money, what means would we be using for a survey? Why can't we in-house create our own survey and not be relying on an outside source through a grant?
Yeah,
And I feel like that's one of the big issues. If we didn't have this money from a grant, what would we be doing to collect data?
Which of our staff has the time to do that?
Well, they had the time to redo the sex ed program.
Because RUC said that they wouldn't do it. They had no choice because it must be provided.
Well, I'm saying if we don't have Panorama, that would make it so that we would need to create a survey.
And I think that's certainly something worthwhile. And I certainly would support that idea around these things do matter to us, and they should matter to us in terms of do our kids want to come to school? Do they feel valued? Do they feel like they have a choice in their learning? Do they have the chance to, and I think that does go to actually the academic excellence component of Mrs. Graziosi's point, and I can absolutely support that. I think I heard the contract's about to expire in September of 2022, so this would be an administration opportunity. I think it's a great topic or discussion to have, especially going into the summer months, if this is something that we value to continue. Can we do it ourselves, and what are the analytics look like? Heck, what does another vendor look like? Does it mean something if only we have access to it? But I heard in the presentation just now, the conversation around building goals that are set and tied to this, the opportunity for administrators to know what the data says about their students so that they can help understand and better inform their practices and their professional development for staff next year. I heard information that is valuable to them in terms of not only setting building goals, but also having the opportunity to consider what strategies should be used to help students feel welcome. I feel like to pull the plug on that now, again, I think the concern is duly noted. We have 2% of parents who have opted folks out. We can ask our administrative team to reconsider strategies for one more time, an all call. Hey, no snow day today, but we're going to issue the Panorama. Can you please visit our website, see the questions that are being asked? We can certainly do the commercial of it's tied to a national organization. Feel free to visit that national organization website. And then to Mrs. Dorsch's point, allow parents to make that assessment for themselves right now. And then we can go into the summer and determine what tool is available to us to not have it be part of a national clearinghouse, if that's the concern. I might say, though, that in terms of the national clearinghouse, all of our graduates who apply to colleges are also part of, I mean, they enter their data into a national registry, which allows, I don't know, the military to have access to some ACT records. It allows colleges to have access to applications. It allows essays to be available to students. So the idea that there are other areas where we support strong, excellent academics to be considered, and our students to have access to National Data Clearinghouse resources, this isn't the only place. There are many other places.
The Panorama this year, is that the grant covered the spring or the fall and the spring?
Yeah, through September.
Well,
And
we
has
can
it-
make it an opt-in. If those want to do it, then you opt in. This is a national clearinghouse. And Mr. Fuji, as you did note, people do track things. There is no guarantee that their emotional well-being is not tracked. We cannot guarantee this. This is an outside source. Our school it will benefit to know, as Maslow's hierarchy of learning, if those things are taken care of, children do learn better. I would like this a local, independent, Big Walnut survey if we're going to do the surveys. I do not want our children exposed on a national level with the Panorama company. We have no guarantee that these are not tracked with their emotional well-being.
Have you heard whether this was paid with a grant? Have you heard whether they want to provide it again in the next school year?
I don't have that information at this time. I can certainly get that information.
Would you be satisfied with a modification on your motion?
Well, would you have a suggestion to the modification of the motion?
I would modify the motion to terminate any future Panorama, and we'll handle that in-house. And are they testing now? Or
Next week and
surveying?
the following week.
Next week and the following week?
Yeah, like we have students in DC next week, so they'll test when they come back. We have kids going to Heartland Camp, so they'll test the week they come back.
The fall testing would have no value without the spring testing. So
I would be satisfied to make a motion.
we have to modify the one on the
I would
floor.
like to modify my motion that this is a opt-in survey, and that this is an opt-in survey for the Panorama survey. You have to opt in. So I can rephrase that.
So your modified motion is only for the opt-in or opt-in for the spring testing and then terminate any future testing?
Correct. I motion today that the Panorama survey, the spring Panorama survey, will be an opt-in, and that after that, Panorama surveys will be terminated.
And do you have, what would be the mechanics of getting the opt-in?
It's going to be very difficult to get all the communication out, and then all the things that are scheduled, field trips, end-of-year events. I'll do the best that I can at the request of the board.
I'm just gonna chime in real quick, just because I've been working with Mr. Plummer on communicating with Panorama and getting links up and running, and there's always a window. So, for example, we approve the questions. In order for those links to go live, I think there's like a 3 to 5 day window for that to happen. And then when we set the closing date, there's also a window. So there's a lot of legwork that goes in and out of it. And then the only other thing that I just want the board to recognize is that our principals are still dealing with a lot of shortage of staff, custodian staff. There's OTES to finish up. There is so many things on the plate of an administrator. I'm not sure how we would manage all of that opt-in logistics. So I just wanted the board to consider the management of the
And
opt-in.
at that point, I don't know how accurate the data is going to be when we don't even have students there to give the survey to if they're on field trips and the window's over after our seniors are out.
So what I hear is essentially if the board chooses to make that an opt-in, we would likely not do the survey for this year. So it essentially would have the same effect as not doing the survey. So either motion essentially that's been made.
I also just want to point out too, that data teams are coming up in a couple weeks and our principals are using the data from those surveys to reflect on their fall data, in terms of like making sure that their areas of need did actually grow throughout the year. So for example, I can use BWI as an example. Their building goal, I think at the beginning of the year was to increase students' sense of belonging, and then they implemented some really awesome things such as I think student council back up and running, and there's another, I don't want to say it wrong, another group, different things in order to improve that. And so I know that I've been working with BWI, we've been consistently going back to some brainstorming ideas, and that is going to be a part of wrapping the school year up to see the growth in that area. So that the other thing to keep in mind is that the window was put there so that we would have enough time for the data teams.
Thank you very much. Today, I would like to make a motion that we discontinue our contract
No.
with Panorama. I would
We
make an
have-
amendment to the amendment.
Okay.
I will make an amendment to the amendment that we discontinue our contract with Panorama Education and cease all Panorama surveys immediately.
I'm actually lost in Robert's Rules of Orders at this point with amendments to amendments. I believe that would require a second if it were to be discussed.
I believe so, Mr. Fuji, but
I second it.
I'm not sure either.
Any further discussion on it?
So just to be clear, I'm hoping that I understand this. If the motion were to carry, the work done to date would be rendered moot because any data for our purposes wouldn't be accessible in terms of understanding growth. So we would be in essence limiting or handicapping or limiting, I think is the right word, the ability of our administrators to use responsible data for either A, data teams, or B, building growth plans for next year.
Yes.
Any other discussion?
Jeremy, take the vote.
Mrs. Graziosi?
This is on the amendment to the amendment to terminate immediately the use of Panorama.
Okay. Mrs. Graziosi?
Yes.
Mrs. Nix?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorsch?
No.
Mr. Fuji?
No.
Mr. Crowell?
Yes.
Are we still in the superintendent's report, Mr. President?
I believe that Mrs. Graziosi needs to withdraw the previous. No. I stand corrected. Go on.
8.2, promote whole child development.
Right.
Mr. Linscott, if you can come up, please, and discuss House Bill 436 and an update there.
A point of order for one moment. The last vote carried. However, did we poll all members?
I believe so.
I believe not.
Oh, Grant.
Oh.
Mr. Coulson.
Mr. Coulson? You can abstain if you'd like.
Respectfully, I will abstain.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
On to House Bill 436, otherwise known as Ohio's Dyslexia Law. It definitely falls under whole child development, so kind of an interesting time to present this. I know Mrs. Dorsch, you've reached out to me multiple times with interest in this topic, and I've serving students with disabilities is a passion of mine, and getting them to read. I can't think of a better area of focus. So this is a House bill that I followed for a while, and am excited to present this information to you today about where things are at and where we are at as a district. So just a little bit about House Bill 436. Took this kind of directly from the government's website. It's put in reverse order, so I apologize for that. I just simply screenshotted it, but you can see the bill was introduced in December of 19. And then finally, with all those passes in the House and Senate, it was finally signed into law by Governor DeWine over 13 months later. That's how long it took for a bill to finally go through and get passed. So that fell right in there, and then it became effective on April 12th of last year. So some components of the House Bill 436. I've highlighted some things that would be direct implications or requirements for the district are going to be highlighted in yellow. Things that are the responsibility of the Ohio Department of Education are highlighted in red, and items that a Ohio Dyslexia Committee that is responsible for are going to be highlighted in blue. So first thing is that it requires the Department of Education to establish that Dyslexia Committee consisting of 11 members. So their names, titles are all over the website. Involves a superintendent, a teacher of reading, a parent of a student with dyslexia that's appointed by the IDA Board of Ohio, among other professionals as well that have stakes in reading. Secondly, that committee is to develop a dyslexia guidebook for screening, intervention, and remediation for children with dyslexia, or displaying characteristics and tendencies of dyslexia. I want to note that this guidebook, based on the law, was supposed to be officially released by December 31st, 2021. We are still awaiting the final draft of that document. However, the Dyslexia Committee did submit a draft of that document for review right around Thanksgiving, so end of November, beginning of December, took in feedback, made some changes, and it's gone before the State Board of Education at least twice to my knowledge, and been asked, voted no, essentially turned down and asked to turn around and make additional changes. So that's kind of what's been holding things up for getting the guidebook officially released. Although I do have a draft of where things are at currently. It does require that Dyslexia Committee to prescribe the number of clock hours of dyslexia related professional development for teachers. So I'll be getting into that in just a minute, as well on some future slides. It also permits, I want you to see the difference there in the verb. Instead of requires, it permits the Dyslexia Committee to make some recommendations regarding ratios of students to teachers who have received certification in identifying and addressing dyslexia, the school personnel who should receive that certification, and whether PD requirements should include completing a practicum. So they're recommendations that the Dyslexia Committee would be producing, but not requirements. It also requires the department, in collaboration now with the committee, to identify screening and intervention measures that evaluate the literacy skills of students using a multisensory structured literacy program. So in other words, like a tier 1 and tier 2 screening that we'll be talking about in a bit. We are still awaiting the official list of screening instruments that we're going to be allowed to use. So things are kind of being held up a little bit through this process. Finally, we get our first yellow one here, requiring school districts and other public schools to administer annual dyslexia screenings beginning next school year, 22-23. It phases in over 3 years, that dyslexia-related professional development, so that is requirements for public school teachers. And it requires school districts and other districts beginning next year to establish what we call multi-sensory structured literacy certification process for teachers. So that'll be a lot of our work that we're doing next year, is establishing what that process is going to look like. Wanted to link a couple arrows here. You can see those school, as far as those screenings, again, that's directly related to what's coming out of the committee work, as well as that professional development coming out of that committee work as well. So those things are directly related to that guidebook and the recommendations and requirements that they're going to put on us. So we're still kind of waiting for that final draft of the guidebook to come out. So let's talk about the committee and guidebook. The committee has met on a monthly basis. I've thrown up every one of their monthly meeting dates, as well as kind of the general topics of what they've been talking about at each of their meetings. So you can kind of see that end of November and December time, they had the guidebook review, and then they reviewed and voted on that in December in terms of the edits that they received from public comments. Their meeting in January was to come back and review and provide additional revision. And again, they did that in February based on what their directive has been from the State Board of Education. So they've been hard at work. Their meetings are all public. You can hop on. I think they hold them on Microsoft Teams. The link is always on ODE's website. It's full day meetings that these people are getting together and working through this. So I appreciate their work. Look forward to, again, finalizing that guidebook piece. Wanting to hit on some highlights from the draft. So again, it's still a draft format right now, but section 1 talks about best practices in literacy instruction. Talks about it being explicit and systematic, having structured literacy, and a multi-tiered system of support, or RTI. Here in Big Walnut, we have an amazing RTI system that's been up and running for years. It's a well-oiled machine. I think with the explicit and systematic and the structured literacy piece, that'll bring even more strong best practices to our instruction that'll only help all students succeed, not just those with dyslexia. Section 2 of the guidebook talks about methods for screening, intervention-based assessment, and ongoing progress monitoring. It details some requirements for screening at both Tier 1 and Tier 2. I've got some slides dedicated to just some screening here in just a minute. It talks about progress monitoring requirements, and it details what we need to communicate and when we need to communicate with families about their child's screening results. Section 3 is about methods of instruction and intervention and remediation. So roles of Tier 1, 2, and 3 instruction. How do we identify dyslexia under that category of specific learning disability and service them with an IEP? How about support for adolescent students that have really struggled with reading for years? And how do we address their needs? And then support for learners with co-occurring learning needs, such as gifted students with dyslexia, students with ADHD and dyslexia, students with vision impairments or hearing impairments and dyslexia. So they give a lot of different support resources for instructing and intervening with those students. And then the final section, is certification. So they talk about a certification process and certification pathways. So that will be a heavy focus for us, like I said, next year when we have to, as a district, kind of come up with our own process for how we are going to certify staff and who we want to certify in multi-sensory structured literacy instruction. So professional development, again, one of the big pieces of this law and that the Dyslexia Committee is working through. Here's the PD timeline by school year. So for next school year, again, establishing that structured literacy certification process for teachers in grades K through 3. So that'll be detailed in the Dyslexia Guidebook once it's finalized, and that'll be the work that we're going to be working on primarily next year to get that process finalized. For the following school year in 23-24, teachers, so gen ed as well as special ed, teachers across the board in K and 1, including the special education providers, must complete some approved professional development courses, as will be detailed in the Ohio Dyslexia Guidebook. Following year in 24-25, we're looking at grades 2 and 3, as well as special ed providers, same thing, completing those approved PD courses. And then the third year after that, it's grades 4 through 12, special ed providers only. Are the ones that are going to be required. Certainly we can look at if we wanted to train additional regular ed teachers in those grades, but as far as the requirements, so we're looking at, again, K1, all teachers, including special ed, Then 2 and 3, all teachers, including special ed. And then 4 through 12, just special ed only are the requirements for the PDs by timeline. Before I jump to the screening requirements, just wanted to kind of share in terms of some current professional development opportunities that staff have already been engaging in and have been looking at engaging in this summer as well. So every year, the International Dyslexia Association of Central Ohio puts on a conference. This year it was held virtually on a very beautiful Saturday in early March. It was about 75 degrees out on a Saturday. There were a handful of educators in the district, plus myself, that registered for this conference and attended this, yes, virtually from home on a Saturday when I told my wife and kids to get out and play in the sunshine on an early March day, but very dedicated to what we did. And we had a follow-up meeting afterwards a few days later once we returned to school and debriefed about how wonderful that was and the excitement around instruction for students with dyslexia. So a big thank you to those staff members that attended that on their own time on a Saturday. So much appreciated. And in addition, our Educational Service Center of Central Ohio puts on a 60-hour Orton Gillingham course every summer. So they are offering 2 sessions this summer that are limited to 40 staff members across all of their member districts, not just Big Walnut, for example. We got that mailer yesterday. I forwarded it on to all of my staff, and I've had so far 9 staff members commit to a full 60-hour training free of charge on Orton Gillingham, which is kind of the premier intervention for students with dyslexia. So again, something that we aren't requiring of them, but it's a good jump for them where they'll likely be exempted from some of these PD courses later because they'll have the 60 hours of OG instruction already under their belts. Again,
OG as in Orton Gillingham.
OG as in Orton Gillingham, not the OG. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Fuji, for lightening the mood a little bit.
Just no, and
Yeah.
I honestly
Yeah.
wasn't even attempting to do it for that purpose. Just with the
so
acronyms.
sorry,
and
I'm
whatnot.
just so used to saying OG, but yes, Orton Gillingham. So again, very proud of the staff that have stepped up and said, "Hey, count me in. I know it's not during my work time, not my work contract. It's 10 days essentially away from their families from 9 to 3 to get training, and it's a full 60 hours. So very proud of the staff and looking forward to even more staff potentially joining that professional development opportunity. Screening requirements, so wanting to hit on these as well. So the Tier 1 piece, let's talk about next year. Tier 1 screening requirements is very similar to what our current universal screening is that we have in place. So currently we screen all students through what we call universal screening with STAR assessments in both reading and math. These screenings have been in place for years through our RTI process. There are also screening requirements that the state has implemented for 3rd grade reading guarantee to identify whether or not kids are on track or not on track in their grade levels. Our hope is that the Dyslexia Committee, in conjunction with the Department of Education, when they roll out and share which measures are approved for the screening, Tier 1 screening requirements, that STAR would fall within that. That's our hope. So that way we don't have to change our current practice. I feel our Tier 1 screening is right on track. And again, this is kind of broken down by grade level, where all children in kindergarten are required to be screened from January 1st through December 31st of that kindergarten year / into 1st grade. So why they put the dates on there like that, I don't know. I would say it would probably be more or less January 1st through the end of May is when kindergarten would happen for a student. It's required in grades 1 through 3, and for grades 4 through 6, it's required for a screening when a parent or a teacher requests and parent permission is obtained. I can tell you with STAR, we screen all students up through even middle school. So we've got best practices and beyond for that. They also specify for transfer students that come in, if it's a kindergarten student, we need to complete that within 30 days of their enrollment, or if they, for instance, enrolled in the fall, then we just do it during that scheduled screening time beginning after January 1. And then for students in grades 1 through 6, we would screen them within 30 days of their enrollment. The following year and beyond for Tier 1 screening, again, kindergarten would be required again. Grades 1 through 6 now is kind of just jumping back kind of to that previous slide, that same requirement from 4 to 6. It's just required when the parent or teacher requests and permission is obtained. So the major change there is just that grades 1 through 3 is not required for all students. However, in my expertise, I'd recommend that we would just continue our universal screening as always for all students because that's a best practice. Transfer students, it's the exact same as it will be next year, just repeating that information. So implications for the screening. So if a student is not flagged for dyslexia, so dyslexia screening comes back, they appear fine. During that initial screener, still a teacher or a parent can request for that student to be screened again. And it says then the school must screen the student. So just because they appear fine on one screening, if there's still some concerns either from the teacher or the parent, can request a rescreening. If they do flag for dyslexia on the Tier 1 screener, for transfer students, it says to give them a Tier 2 screener, or sometimes called an intervention-based diagnostic assessment. It dives deeper into a student's reading skills to really hone in on and identify some specific strengths and weaknesses. So for all other students other than transfer students, it tells us that we must progress monitor them for 6 weeks, check on that progress, and measure at least at week 2, 4, and 6. And then if the student is not making meaningful progress or nearing grade level, at that point, administer a Tier 2 screener by the end of that 6th week. However, they also mention the best practice, and this is what my recommendation would be, is that if a student were to screen and flag on a Tier 1 screener, that we don't necessarily wait those 6 weeks. We can certainly start plugging in some intervention, but we promptly administer and provide some instructional support. So promptly administer that Tier 2 screening so we could place them efficiently into a Tier 2 or Tier 3 group and start taking off with intervention without waiting that 6 weeks. And then notification for parents of those results on Tier 1 and Tier 2 screeners are within 30 days of conducting this. If the student then flags on a Tier 2 assessment, so we've flagged on Tier 1, we give Tier 2 assessment, then we have to provide the information to parents as outlined in the dyslexia guidebook, again, still based on their draft. But we have to provide the information with typical reading development, let parents know about risk factors associated with dyslexia and common characteristics, some evidence-based interventions of dyslexia, and a written explanation of our multisensory structured literacy plan. And again, those notifications are within 30 days. So implications for Big Walnut, right? Big picture. So the remainder of this year, don't like that first verb, but it's wait. We have to wait for ODE to get a list of approved Tier 1 screening assessments and select one for next year. Again, as I stated earlier, our hope is that our current Tier 1 assessment STAR will be on that approved list. That would allow us to not have to change how we implement STAR in Tier 1 for third grade guarantee, etc. We also need to make some decisions about Tier 2 screeners. ODE has said that they will not have an approved list. For Tier 2 screeners, they'll give some guidance as to what would constitute a good Tier 2 screener. And we could look at using multiple Tier 2 screeners based on what specific skills they're flagging for on Tier 1. I think that's okay. We've got plenty of good assessments that I'm aware of that are free of charge that really can kind of dive into those diagnostics for Tier 2. And also collaboration with Annie and Kate as Directors of Academic Achievement, all of our elementary principals, as well as a new RTI coordinator to discuss implementing those requirements for next year related to professional development, screening, and kind of start planning that structured multi-sensory certification process and talk about what that's going to look like. So next year and beyond, we'll certainly implement our required screenings as noted above. We're going to engage teachers in that required professional development activities and establishing that multi-sensory structured literacy certification process. They give 4 different stages of what that would look like. So we certainly want to identify and recruit the right teachers for that. Again, it'll be required K1 as well as special education, but also thinking about who do we want to be certified. At that certified level, it requires looking at more practicum type of things and more in-depth professional development to really not just go from the classroom section, but to really be a strong, for instance, like an Orton Gillingham certified instructor. So identify those candidates, look at a potential train the trainer model in-house or support some external training for them. And then lastly, we certainly want to retain educators that get certified. The last thing we want to do is train them up, get them certified, and then they go to another district, and that district now inherits a very valuable resource in that educator, so we want to retain them. Couple other things I just wanted to highlight, or kind of speak to, I should say, before closing out with the last slide, is that sometimes I'll get questions about this law, whether it's from teachers, whether it's from colleagues, that'll just say, hey, won't this new dyslexia law result in many more kids with dyslexia? And my answer to that is always, no. The kids are here. Whether they have dyslexia or not, they're here. It's just, have we really identified that or not? I think this law and kind of achieving these best practices will help us really pull out who are the kids that are at risk and be able to provide even more structured and explicit intervention earlier, to help minimize the effects of dyslexia. I don't think it's going to all of a sudden, boom, we have this influx of kids with dyslexia. They're here. It's just, let's provide the service we can for them. And then the other thing I hear about from people are like, oh, just another House bill. It's another unfunded mandate, right? So, state's not giving us any money for this. And honestly, we don't need a lot of money for this. It's not a lot of cost to it per se. It's time. It's training. It's really diving into the data we have and making sure that we're providing the best practices. And so it's something that I'm excited about. I think that this is a law that, if we implement it and embrace it as opposed to push back against it, I think it's going to change the lives of many kids for the good. And I'm excited about that. So with that, there's my closing thank you. So I'm welcome any questions or comments from the board.
I really appreciate you taking the time to bring this to us. I did have some parents who had reached out to me over the last 6 to 9 months asking about this. So that's why I had a special interest in it. I guess I was probably leaning a little more towards the another, mandate without the time or anything to put it in place, since we are working from drafts and, everything comes out at the last second, and we seem to have to figure a lot out at the last hour. But I really appreciate your comment there at the end of, that you're excited about it, and it sounds like the team is excited about it. I think it's awesome that there's so many staff members who are, jumping at the opportunity for the PD. Thank you to your team and everybody for getting excited about this and what we can do to, provide more opportunities for better learning for our students. So, thanks.
I had a question.
Yeah.
First, I want to thank you for what you do for the special children in the Big Walnut District, as I have a family member that's benefited from a lot of your care. If a student has been professionally already screened outside of the school and we know this child has dyslexia, where would they fall in the process here?
That's a great question. We would still conduct the universal screening like we do for all students. So even students that are currently identified, whether it was professionally outside of the school district or we've evaluated them already and they're a student with dyslexia and identified under the category of specific learning disability, we still screen all students at minimum 3 times a year, fall, winter, and spring, to look at. It helps evaluate our tier 1 or just general classroom instruction as well. So a student would still continue to be assessed and screened through this process if they have that outside diagnosis.
So help me understand, all students are screened whether they've had any presenting behaviors of dyslexia?
Mm-hmm.
So every student is screened?
Yep.
Okay, that's interesting. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I too appreciated your statement at the end. I mean, actually, you took a really complex bill that's yet to be completely finalized in terms of guidance and boiled it down to its complete essence. And at the end, the point that you made, Mr. Linscott, of the fact that and built up the argument around, hey, our staff are already committed to doing this. This is something that we're passionate about. It's refreshing to see that here when, if you pay attention to a lot of the legislative meetings where this is the all-day topic, there's a lot of passion in the opposite direction. So I appreciate your leadership in that space. I appreciate your ability to kind of take this complex idea and boil it down so that we could understand it. Thank you, sir. And my appreciation also to your staff that have kind of gone above and beyond thus far.
Thank you.
Mr. Linscott, just to confirm with this, as I know, we find great value in this type of an assessment, as we did with Panorama. STAR, if it's an approved assessment, is a national assessment, so the data collection will be national.
Correct.
It will be student personally identifiable information involved in this assessment, or they will be able to identify the student.
Yeah,
It will identify if the student potentially has a disability. And with this, parents are allowed to opt out of the assessment, or they are not.
Sure, absolutely. With any of our assessments like STAR, they can opt out.
I bring that up just with that, I don't know if that'll be a concern of the board, but if this is national data that's being collected, to Mr. Fuji's point earlier, there are a lot of assessments that are done with that, and that is personally identifiable information versus the anonymous information from Panorama. So I just want to make sure that's highlighted.
That does bring up an interesting question, Mr. Cooper. Thank you for asking. Can they go through these assessments and it not be sent into a national data collection? Is that to keep it in-house? Is that a possibility?
STAR is a computer-based assessment, so it's run through their secure servers.
And we'll be required to use an assessment that's approved by the state of Ohio.
Correct.
So we don't know what
So
those are yet.
if there's perhaps another assessment that's approved that doesn't have that, then that's something that we could look into, I suppose.
Thank you for your work, and also thank you for breaking it down. You did a wonderful job. I appreciate it.
One question.
Yeah.
Is STARS, who operates STARS?
Renaissance Learning is the name of the
Who
company.
is?
Renaissance Learning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and lastly, on the superintendent's report this evening, I have a construction update with Mr. Doug Swartz.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So you have the typical report we've done for about 4 or 5 months now. And as I started doing a few months ago, I just highlighted in blue changes or things I want to speak of. These are all kind of scope updates and or date changes. So I'm going to run through them very quickly here. These are kind of in the weeds, as I like to say. So the football concession building, while it's done, fully operational, when we reverse that, it's fully operational. We still are owed the actual final flooring in the bathrooms. So I'm just sharing in case you've gone in there and saw concrete floors. They're now pouring, installing the epoxy floors. The restrooms are still fully operational. The way that's designed, you might recall, there's a home and a visitor side. So we can still use them, and we've worked that out with the athletic department, and they're satisfied with what we're doing, and it'll be done before graduation is the real push, actually. There's an AD storage barn, a pole barn out there. You can see a large red building just to the north of the multi-sport stadium. That date slipped. If you look last month, it slipped a couple weeks. There's some exterior doors that ended up being on back order. Again, in discussion with the athletic department, while they want to get in there sooner than later, they opted to wait versus getting possibly some temporary doors. So again, and we need a final inspection. So that's what pushed us out to here the end of April. Moving down in terms of the chiller replacement. So I'm now at the former high school, or really need to call it the new middle school, the new middle school. The chiller replacement, so the air conditioned systems for the public. I keep just stressing the fact that every week or so when I call the manufacturer rep, he keeps stressing the fact he's still worried about delivery. He's still honoring these dates, but until it actually gets on that truck and it's coming here, he's still a little leery. But it is in production at the factory. That's what he's told me. Do have some good news. The AstroTurf field, the NCAA, North Columbus Athletic Association funded artificial turf field at the now new middle school or future middle school is a couple weeks ahead of schedule. Even with all the rain, they are actually ahead of schedule and are saying pending weather, they will actually be done in just a few weeks here, early to mid-May. That's completely done. Finished punch, got everything prepared, everything's off site. So that's a good thing. And then Mr. Fuji had pointed out wisely last month, I believe.
Wisely, let's underscore that. Please.
Yes, reinforce that. In terms of the dates for the move. So again, I've expanded on what they'll actually be in terms of the middle school and BWIS, coordinated with both the administrators and their contracts. So as noted there, the middle school administration team comes back on July 18th. So again, tied to the renovation at the now new middle school, we'll start the move in conjunction with that, and essentially have the move completed before they return on Monday, the 18th of July. And then about the following week, we do the intermediate move. Again, their contract has them coming back a week later on July 25th. So that completes the presentation.
So a little bit longer than a weekend, I'm sorry, is what that window looks
So
like.
the week is, I'll call it the non-box move. Again, this move, unlike the high school, we're moving a lot more furniture. Because we're not buying any new furniture. So there's a lot more furniture between the three buildings, intermediate, current middle, and new middle, as we'll call it. So there's a lot more movement involved. So we're earmarking the whole week. I don't know if we'll need it in both cases, but that's what we're opting to do, just to be a little conservative in where we're standing now.
And your degree of confidence still in that is high.
Yeah, the renovation's coming along fine. In terms of the move, the principal's done an amazing job, both staffs, in terms of earmarking what they feel is important to both retain in their facility for their future occupant, if you will, as well as move or dispose of or go through a auction process. In fact, that's one of the next processes that I don't have down here at the former high school or new middle school in the gym. I'm waiting for a little bit more reorganization by the contractor. And in working with Jeremy, we started the process of putting together an online auction through a third-party site like GovDeals or something of that matter, so we can start to evaluate and get rid of some of that stuff that we're not using, which is probably over half the furniture that was at the former high school.
And there'll be a chance for folks to you'll take that to auction in essence.
So there's the online part, so we definitely make it known. I don't think we're going to go through the process of a public auction with an auctioneer, if you will. So yeah, we can communicate or do plan to communicate when that is and how they get on that site, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm evaluating two sites and work with Jeremy to see which one makes most sense for the district. They have different fee structures. Some have no fee structures, et cetera, et cetera. So just evaluating which one might be best for us.
I did pass two parents' names on to you, or asked them to used you as the reference and said, hey, call this guy, in terms of folks who are interested in some locker bays, I think, from the high school, soon to be new middle school. I don't know if you've heard from them, but I do know there's an interest, which is why I asked the auction question.
To date, there was another public entity that has obtained. So the lockers, just to share, the way the bid documents are written, they're basically the demo contractors. But we have, quote unquote, through them, given a few to Delaware Health Department, asked for a few through that demo contractor. So yes, if the public, actually I think the lockers might be gone now, but if they were still there, again, they're the demo contractors, I could put you in touch with them.
Okay.
But no, I don't believe any parents contacted me wanting lockers. Delaware Health Department was the only agency that contacted us.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Mr. President, that concludes the superintendent's report for this evening.
And bring us to item number 9, treasurer's report. Jeremy?
Sure. So I'll start off with the numbers, and then you'll notice that we have 2 items tonight. So just to give you a brief overview of our financials for the month, you'll notice that the expenses are continuing to be right in line what we've been seeing, just a little under. I will point out that you may start to see the positive variance in the purchase services come down a little bit. We did have to increase our deduction for the Educational Service Center for the services we receive through there. So that is an item that will increase in that line, but expect overall to continue in the trend that we're seeing, to be on track and slightly under. Usually more of the exciting things, which is a good thing, happen in the revenue side. At this point, all still positive. Looking at our property taxes, I think I've shared that we had our final settlement in March of our property taxes, and you'll notice that we did come in about 1.5% over with growth. Then anticipating our tax allocation, so that's those homestead and rollback reimbursements that we get, which reduces the tax bills for our community, and that's paid by the state. Anticipate that to be coming in the next couple months and being on track as well. And just kind of the final note, as I've been sharing about the new school funding formula, the way that was given to us, we do have a sizable surplus or positive variance in there. But as I've shared, from inception of when that started being the formula in January, we did receive lump sum payments, and this is the second month now that we have our actual has been under. Again, anticipating that the state revenues as a whole are on track for what we had anticipated in October when we put together our projections. But you will continue to see, as I've shared, that positive variance will kind of tick down over the next couple months. All in all, we are on track, and things are looking pretty good for this month. I will share more next month. One thing that continues, I think we're still fine for this year, but seeing the impacts of inflation, supply chain issues, which then cause increased costs, or us having to shift to something different for a supply, material, those types of things. So those are hard to know exactly how that will impact us. We can plan the best we can, we can speculate, but that continues to be a concern as we do look forward to kind of our future planning for next year. With that, that is all I have for the numbers. Any questions?
That will be built into your 5-year plan, which is next month?
That's next month, yeah. So yes, I do plan on probably increasing some of what we have, increasing compared to our historical trends that we've been seeing, yeah. The second piece that has come up a couple times, and it was asked by a board member, to just share about our public records request. So I thought I would share, since our last night meeting, regularly scheduled meeting, March 17th, I have received 4 public records requests in just general terms. 2 of them were kind of financial information in nature. Another was a request for some of the forms that we use. So maybe a little more, we could call a little more, what are some of the processes and procedures that are used? And then we actually just submitted for a request for proposal for our speech language pathology services. I don't know as though this is completely the appropriate use of a public records request, but one of the vendors public record requested for those documents. So I acted in such, responding in kind of the standard way that the auditor of state has a way. So if anybody is requested of me, sometimes it may sound overly formal, but there are some best practice types of things on how you respond to a public records request. So including that one as a public records request as well. Kind of just quantifying what it takes for those. I would say on average, an easy one takes an hour, maybe an hour or 2. When you, again, sometimes if you are not fulfilling a piece because it's not a record, there are certain things that you have to put in there just to make sure that you are covering how to respond to a public records request by statute. But I would say on average, a simple one probably takes an hour by the time you collect, respond, gather. Many times they're not pieces of information I hold, so even though I am responding to it, it is coordinating with many other people. So the 5 or the 4 here, I would estimate at probably mostly my time of probably 5 to 6 hours over this last month. So, and that's all I have for the report.
And for clarification,
Yeah.
you do what percentage wise
Um,
of the work for those?
I would say probably, well, responding wise, maybe 90%, but a lot of them are other people. There's a lot of things in the district. It's a team effort. And I would say that these are no different, that I'm kind of the responder distributor on most of them. But at the same time, I'll just give the example of one of the ones that I just did here. The request for forums. That was a certain building after I asked some additional follow-up questions of, what is there a specific type of form that you're looking for? And then it was working with that building to see what fulfilled that request. Good question. And that's all I have for tonight.
No other questions for Jeremy. We'll move to item 10, selected board policies. Policy review update. Can you pass her down? Oh, here, give one down to Mark. The one that- Jeremy, I did make one for you. Did you make an extra copy there? Or do you have my original?
Did I not bring you your original? I can share for right now.
Okay. This is a list of, if everybody recalls, I requested a list from the board members for section 0 and 1 of the board policies. I've itemized these out. I received this last week, which is the backlog from Neola. And I went through that, and there's only two that were on somebody's list, which is 0169.1, which we've been instructed not to mess with at the moment, and 1530, which is, I believe, the weapons one, is it not, Mark?
1530 is not weapons. I would have to look that up.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter. We're not gonna move on these tonight. We've got other things that are more important than trying to settle these. I had Mark go through though, and Mark, out of these, which he felt were in need of addressing quicker. So we'll take those up next month. And it's a shorter list. But board members, if you go through this list and you see something, another policy that you wanted to mark, advise me and I'll add it to the list. This is not a complete list. This is just section 0 and 1, I believe. But I'll finish the listing. I've been a little busy. Any questions on that?
These are all the new suggested policies.
The Neola? Yeah, that's what this is.
Got a lot of work to do.
Yes, later. That'll take care of 10. Moving to item 11, board members' items of interest. Moving from left to right tonight.
Well, I wanted to say that I hope everybody who got Humphrey read it. There was a lot in here that it was a wonderful little story about this little hamster, but especially recognizing some of the issues of bullying. And I'm still getting contacted about bullying. And so Linda Locke wrote a book, Bully in Disguise. And in the very back, she talks about tips for parents and teachers. And I thought I'd share that because every week someone reaches out about the bullying that is going on continuously in our schools. First tip is bullies often make up stories of being a victim so that when they bully others, the complaints are less believable. Second is that bullies feed on power, especially the power of creating helplessness in others. When students go to an adult for help in front of the bully, this becomes very empowering evidence that their victim feels helpless. So never let the bully hear the victim tell on them. The third one is that most students are not well equipped to stand up to a bully on their own. It is important to teach that there is power in numbers. It's much easier and far more effective to stand up for someone else when there are others around. Teach students to use their friends as a support team. Number 4, teach students to practice an air of confidence. This might require the use of a mirror to create a I don't care look on the face and a relaxed body. 5, dialogue with students to understand why bullies are mean to others. They are most likely hurting inside, and often they are victims themselves. It's easier to act confident when the bully is viewed as someone who is really scared inside and just acting tough as a way to cover their true feelings. Encourage the child to talk to you about how things are going. Being a good listener is the best thing you can do, as the real solutions can only come from your child. It rarely works when the adults try to intervene. 7 is it's also best to probably not try to talk with the bully's parents, as they are very likely to believe the deceptions that the bully has created and will often try to protect their child from what they believe to be your false accusations. This kind of interference often makes things much worse for your child. Number 8, remember that young children are much more forgiving than most adults. Telling your child to never play with the bully or to stay away or ignore may also make things more difficult. The solutions that truly work are the ones that come from the child. Number 9, ask questions such as, what have you already tried to do? Do you think your teacher is aware of the problems you're having? Would it help you to ask privately to be moved to another area? What can I do to help? And last, remember that the bully your child is dealing with is a child too, and is still learning and growing. Labeling someone does not help your child learn that people can and do change. So those are just some tips, as I'm sure all of you have at some point been faced with a child who's struggling either being the bully or being bullied. And, it's really sad that this continues to be a problem. I'm not sure what the solution is, but if you think...
I've got my ideas, but I'm not
if
sure
you
you
think
agree
of
with them.
one, market it. But
I would
bully...
start with Panorama, quite honestly.
Well...
social emotional learning and all the pieces that go into
Sure.
PBIS.
And that's it.
Sherry?
Okay, so I'm going to start with Intel. That was something I brought up last month. I've been trying to reach out to people in the community just to try to get a handle on, who's doing what. There's a lot of different organizations around the whole area that are trying to get more information, trying to get involved. If anyone saw, and I don't even remember now off the top of my head, it was I don't know if it was an article about the Granville work that's being done, but it was in the Newark Advocate, I believe, and they shared a map that talked about commute times to where the Intel factories are going to be located. We're basically like 15 to 35, 40 minutes in our district. So I think it's something that's going to that's going to impact us for sure. So I'm trying to reach out to different community members. I don't know if each of you have had the opportunity to reach out to the township or village or city that you are liaison to, but if you haven't had the opportunity to do that yet, if you want to try to do that, see if anything's going on. I know there's some things going on in Johnstown. I know there's some organizations in Columbus that are working on this. There's also funding. I know Intel is I think dedicating about $100 million to establish semiconductor manufacturing education and research programs. I think 50 million of that is going to higher ed. Seems like there would be some amount available at the K-12 level, but I think we definitely want to be involved in conversations if there's funding available for any kind of education programs, and also, finding out what kind of opportunities for hiring there are going to be, so that we can make sure that students from our district are prepared for those types of jobs. So like I said, I don't know that I've gotten a ton more information than I had last month, but if anyone has information, feel free to share. It would be appreciated, but I definitely think that we want to be involved in those conversations. A couple of weeks ago, I had the exciting opportunity of attending Car Teens on a Saturday morning over in Delaware. If anyone doesn't know what that is, if a teen driver has an accident or if they get a speeding ticket, most of them get to attend a Car Teens program with their parents. So that was a pretty exciting Saturday morning. They actually put on a really great program. It's put on by the OSU Extension, and the Delaware County Health Department is involved in that. In speaking with both of those representatives, there was some talk about the local Delaware County Youth Risk Study that has taken place in our community in the past. A comment was made that they probably wouldn't be able to do that this year, and so I hung back and was talking to the representative from Delaware County about that, and it seems as though surveys have become problematic or an area of worry, I guess, for some people, and because it's become such a hot kind of political topic, it's been decided that a lot of these surveys shouldn't happen. But I think we need to think about what types of things we miss out on when we can't gather this data. For example, Car Teens is just a fantastic program. They have opportunities that are associated with teen driving and risky behavior with teen driving. Other opportunities that come out of that, I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but there's an organization that does like defensive driving programs for teens where they can go to like a racetrack and drive. And they have the opportunity to do kind of like scholarships for individuals for that. They talked about how the local Delaware County prosecutor has drug seizure money that she would love to put in action in different areas in our community. But in order to do those types of things, they need data to support where that money is needed and what types of programs are needed. So as we're turning away all of these opportunities to gather this data, think about what we are losing because of that. The last thing I want to bring up is just a reminder that our Board of Education and our administration are meant to work together. We are not enemies. We should not be fighting each other. We should be working together to better the education for our students here in this district. That's all I have.
I'm going to yield some of my time to Mr. Colson, who's been sitting there very patiently as our student board rep. Would you like to go, Grant? I don't know if you want to stay all night for this or not, so might as well let you go first.
Thank you.
You're welcome,
I
bud.
appreciate that.
No problem.
So like Mr. Cooper said, my name is Grant Colson. Unfortunately, the normal student council board rep, Savannah Smith, she has a lacrosse game tonight, so I'm filling in. I am the vice president of the student council at the high school. Starting off with some extracurricular activities. This Friday, the 3 world language clubs will be hosting the first annual dodgeball tournament, and all students are invited to come out and support. It's a great opportunity to have some fun. I'm told that choir and band will be going to states this weekend, so we'd like to wish them good luck. Girls track and field took a out-of-state trip to West Virginia and ended up beating all of those out-of-state schools and winning the whole meet. Both Big Walnut track teams, boys and girls, won the Red Edwards Eagle Relays. I'm a member of the boys track team, and that's always an important meet to win, and we were happy to do it at the old high school track. Upcoming senior nights include girls lacrosse on Friday, boys and girls track next Wednesday. Softball is on April 28th. Others are coming up. I don't have the list of them here, but I believe that the ones I listed are the ones in the near future. Getting into some student council projects. Last Thursday, we had our very first Inspire Day. To explain this is a day that student council designed. We set aside an hour and a half at the end of the day where students could sign up and attend 2 different activities that teachers put on. And before they signed up for these activities, we met with the high school staff, and we basically told them, hey, like, come up with an activity that you enjoy that you also think that students would want to sign up for, and therefore by having high school students sign up for an activity that their teacher wants to put on, whether that student has had that teacher before or not, they come in with a sense of common ground, and we felt that that was very important for and a very important part of that project. And overall, we felt like it went very well. We were excited about our teachers' effort. We definitely want to thank them for all of their great activities. To kind of put it into perspective, I'd like to highlight one activity in specific. Mr. Page, coach, as many of you know him as Coach Page, he utilized the new high school's culinary science room, and he taught students how to cook a steak. He actually went out, purchased steaks on his own accord. He split students up into groups of 2 or 3, and they had a cast iron skillet, and they learned how to cook a steak, and that was how that hour and a half was spent, with 2 periods of that. And that was, again, something student council organized. And that speaks for really all the activities. All of them were great, but that one definitely stuck out. Beyond that, student council hosted the first chat or chill space yesterday during Eagle Time, which, may I remind you that Eagle Time is an extra period every Wednesday that we have, and for the most part, as long as no teachers request them, students are encouraged to catch up on their studies. This was the chat or chill space was a room where student council provided coloring books. We provided some snacks, just a place to relax and de-stress before the stress of exams and AP tests. If students wanted, there was a counselor there, and they could speak to them. Again, students attended this activity totally on their own accord. It was their choice, and we felt as students having this activity designed by students, that it was important, and therefore we provided it. A few student council members will be going to Tide Day at BWI. My impression of Tide Day is similar to Inspire Day in that there's going to be different activities for intermediate school students to attend, and we're going to take a few members and try and instill some of those leadership qualities that we value at the high school, and hopefully they can pursue a path to be on student council someday as well, and just be leaders in their own building at a younger age. We made another donation to the Hope House, which consisted of 300 meals and a monetary donation. I believe we did this in honor of the late Miss Macklin, who recently passed away, as many of you know, and she was really the sole the reason we started this monthly tradition. So we felt the best way to honor her was by doing something bigger, and again, which included 300 meals. Student council and class officer elections will be taking place very shortly. Perhaps if you have a student in high school, encourage them to join. It's definitely worth their time. Leo Club helped with the local Easter egg hunt at General Rosecrans. I heard that went very well. A little more general school news. Prom is this Saturday at the Iron Gate Equestrian Center in Croton. There is no meal provided for students there. They'll probably go out and eat elsewhere beforehand. Just the dance there. State testing will continue next week on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Students that don't have a test will be on a 2-hour delay schedule. All of our physics classes will be going to Cedar Point on May 12th. I will have to sign up for physics next year. We have many students planning to attend the Scholars Dinner on May 4th. Our students have been very appreciative of Anthony Glass, our new high school strength and conditioning coach. He has been doing a great job adapting to the new high school. Students are getting to know him, and he is definitely helping a lot of student athletes in the weight room. We had a few seniors go through the Global Scholars Program, and they finished off that journey with their capstone project presentations and graduation this past Tuesday. AP exams will start in 2 to 4 weeks, and I know many students are excited to get those over with. And that is correct. And student schedules are being finalized for next year, and our academic counselors are working very hard to meet those requests and compile those. And may I mention one more thing? Chipotle Ranch is back in the cafeteria. It's a big hit at the high school. I believe it was not available for a few weeks, and I know I was very excited to have it back along with others. And that is all I have. So thank you. And again, I was very, very pleased to have the opportunity to fill in, and thank you.
I have a few items here. Mr. President, as a member of the school board, I have been trying to get my arms around the school curriculum. Some parents and community members have also been trying to get better visibility to the curriculum taught at our schools. As stated in last month by Mr. Cooper, we were told curriculum for each class has been loaded to Schoology by teachers. I believe it's vital that the duly elected board members have visibility to the subject matter being taught to our children. Transparency is necessary to build a better district and be on the cutting edge moving forward. Therefore, today I'd like to motion that all Big Walnut School Board District members receive admin access to Schoology within 15 days. Admin access will include every grade, class, and program throughout the district.
Is there a second?
I second it.
Discussion? I'll start off. How difficult is it to accomplish that?
By admin access, I'm not sure what you're.
Not editing, but being able to look at all the grades classes.
So you would essentially be asking to enroll in each of the classes. So you wouldn't need necessarily admin access to be able to do that. You would need the code specifically for all the classrooms.
Okay.
Is that?
Yeah, I didn't know if that's like you need the code for every class to be able to.
Just
Yes,
to be able
if you
see
want
the
to.
content of what's posted
Sure.
there. And just to clarify, I did not state that all of the curriculum is posted there. That is how they communicate everything to parents. So just to specify, because I know there are bills out there stating that everything for the entire year should be posted. Not necessarily in Ohio yet, I don't believe. But with that, just wanting to clarify that that is how they communicate through Schoology. And so newsletters, things like that, what's coming up, what they've covered, those kind of things. So to that end,
Yeah.
sorry, Mr. President. With that end, I think as far as getting the codes for all those classrooms, that should be pretty doable if I hear 15 days, if that is the board's direction. To be able to
If
get
you
those,
need, yeah,
to be
if
able to see what's essentially sent out to parents through each of those Schoology sites.
What timeline would you be comfortable with?
I mean, we've got 26 days of school left.
Right.
So by the time that would be up and running, 15 days would, I would say at the end of the year, as we have many tests going on right now, that'd be a lot to accomplish.
Be
We
easier
could do
to
it within
accomplish it
15
for the next
days.
school year, would it not?
It would.
Would that satisfy your motion?
yes, would I need to make an amendment to my
You
motion?
would need to strike out the 15 days.
Is this something we really need a motion for? I mean, this seems like something you
You could.
call Mark or email Mark and say, hey, Mr. Cooper, I would like to be able to do this. Is this a problem? And you could have a conversation about it and then come to an agreement on how that would happen.
Would the member be opposed to withdrawing the motion if administration provides what's being requested to all board members?
Yes. I move to remove my motion
Accept
or
it.
strike it.
Other comment?
I do have something that might help, Mr. President, might help Mr. Buzzkirk. Also, this is in regards to fiscal responsibility and transparency is necessary for our school district and important to taxpayers that I have spoken to. Jeremy is doing a great job. I believe this would assist us. So I recommend that we participate in a free online accounting service known as ohiocheckbook.com. There is no cost to the district other than a few initial actions by our treasurer to set it up. And I'd like to read some of the highlights. The ohiocheckbook.com is an online platform created by a former state treasurer. With just a few clicks, members of the public can view the district's expenditures down to the dollar amount and vendor for both the current and prior year. Currently, 172 school districts use the ohiocheckbook.com, including New Albany, Delaware, Hilliard, Southwestern, Pickerington, Reynoldsburg. This could possibly cut down on the amount of Freedom of Information Act requests mentioned tonight and in a recent board meeting. I feel we are long past due in participating in this process.
Would you like to speak to that, Jeremy?
Definitely look into it. Yeah, I am aware of it, and it's never come up. So yeah, I can definitely look into that.
Okay, I'd like to see if we can bring this to the next meeting, that maybe we could talk about this, the Ohio checkbook, or we can, continue to have information.
That'll give you time to look into it.
Yeah.
We'll place it on the agenda for the next meeting for discussion.
Thank you. And I have one more. Mr. President, last year, we passed a resolution in opposition to House Bill 290, known as the Backpack Bill. This bill would allow parents to take their tax dollars to school districts of their choice. I believe competition makes our schools stronger. I personally support parents' rights to let the money follow their student, but I do not feel it's the board's role to advocate or oppose this legislation. Today, I'm making a motion to reverse this board's opposition to House Bill 290 and instead recommend this board stay silent on the bill.
Mr. Vice President, that's very similar to, is that a rescinding? Same thing we did at the last meeting.
Yeah, and I actually don't know the purpose of the rescission when the letter's already been sent. It wouldn't be I don't know.
Can I make a recommendation?
There you go. Our
Yes.
parliamentarian.
Yes, sir.
It would end up making things easier, cleaner, and maybe people have better time to think through things if we could have this as if this is a desire that we have these types of motions, this included, that maybe we have these as business items at a future meeting. But it is definitely up to the board as you desire.
Does that satisfy the member?
That satisfies the member.
Anything else?
That's it.
Steve?
Good job, Grant. Thanks for being here. Seriously, I think that the fact that even though our student council rep was going to be absent and student council felt so compelled as to bring somebody into the space, man, I think it speaks volumes, and I appreciate your willingness to sit here for this. Maybe you can take some of it to Buckeye Boys State when you go. Congratulations on that.
Again, happy to be here, and thanks for having me and all of you. Thank you.
All right. So you mentioned prom. Have fun, be safe. To any students who might be still listening past their bedtimes, yeah, right. Have fun, be safe. I appreciated the chance to listen to the middle school presentation on Service Day. Love their Builders program as we look at students engaging in this community. In a similar manner, for some parents, one of my absolute favorites traditions at our high school is the parent chaperoning. No, I'm sorry, not parent chaperoning, parent valet. Thank God for the kids. It's not parent chaperones at prom. It's parent valets. Is that still accurate? I'm looking forward to that. This will be my third year to be able to valet cars. So, Mr. Colson, I hope you have a nice one. Seriously, the reason that it's one of my favorite traditions is oftentimes parents say, I lose contact with my kids when they go to high school. The chance for parents to be able to valet those cars and just make sure kids are coming to prom in the right mindset, being safe, having fun, dressed to the nines. It's really nice to see. In addition to that, I think National Honor Society inductions are this weekend, so congratulations to those students. But really, I'm going to save the majority of my comments for later because I think the most important thing this board can act on in the next 3 months is the fact that we have a significant HR item later in this agenda. Angie, of course, I speak of our superintendent, Miss Angie Hamburg. I met Angie 13 years ago when I was tasked by our superintendent to put together an interview team to hire the next middle school principal. I met Angie 13 years ago. From then, that day to this date, she has served this district with her whole heart and the best interests of students in mind. She's been present, played an instrumental role not only in the academic culture of this district, but also in the opening of the current Big Walnut Middle School, future Big Walnut Intermediate School, the Prairie Run Elementary, and the new Big Walnut High School. In addition to opening those facilities, she's presided over the graduation of approximately 2,500 Big Walnut graduates. This district, this community, this board representing all board members past owe Ms. Angela Hamburg a significant debt of gratitude. And for all of the from the floor motions and other opportunities that are present right now, the number one task of this board will be to find her successor. And really anything beyond that for the next 3 months, we're losing focus. There's my item of interest, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mine will be short as well. I would like to send my heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of Christian Macklin Lanning, who served our district librarian media specialist since 2007. I've been told that the students at the high school look forward to her Mac Madness
Every March.
bracket every spring. She touched the lives of many students, staff members, and she will truly be missed. On a separate but close related matter, I did have a conversation with Chauncey Montgomery and look forward to having some discussion in the future on teaming up with the local library to assist in our libraries at the school. And that's all I have, with the exception of, under the discussion items, HB 616. And Jeremy, earlier I handed you everything to make copies except that.
Okay.
I do have the bill. The only reason it's on the discussion is that if this bill passes, it will have a major impact on public education in the state of Ohio, and discussions need to be had on those topics. So we will do that in the future. I do concur with the Vice President that the monumental task at hand currently is going to be for the next minimum 60 days, finding a replacement for Angie. And that takes care of item 11. I believe everybody would concur for a 5-minute recess prior to getting in. How many?
We have
vendors
we
here
have
who are
5
coming
tonight,
to
but a
Oh, just 5?
yeah,
6, 7.
6, 7. But a recess would be helpful. I had mentioned at the last meeting that we had a timer for the screen, and that would give me an opportunity to set that up.
5-minute recess. We will recommence at We're back in session. Item 12, public participation. Been informed that we have 9 speakers. This is a meeting of the Board of Education and Public for the purpose of conducting school district businesses and is not considered a public community meeting. This is the time for the public participation during the meeting as indicated in the agenda. Please reference criteria for public participation, which is attached to the agenda. And we will have a 3-minute clock on the wall for participants. Jeremy?
Okay, so our first speaker tonight is Jen Neesett, and it's regarding Big Walnut. And as Mr. Crow mentioned, I will start our timer here. It is 3 minutes, and as I have generally done with the hand, to give you a 30-second kind of notification, you will see it on here saying that you need to start wrapping up. And at 3 minutes, then there is a, hopefully not too annoying, but annoying enough that people know that they need to be wrapping up so we can all be able to get through this and be respectful.
Your hand
of
will
each
show up on the screen?
Well, no, but there.
The big hook will come out and
There you
grab
go.
you at 3 minutes.
And also, just so I can get on to the next one, if we can keep applause. If you would like to applaud everybody at the end, I'm fine with that. But everybody, please, we don't need to be applauding, and we can just keep things moving. So thank you.
So orders the board president.
You're on the clock.
Good evening.
Good evening.
When my family decided to move here 10 years ago, we drove by what would be our elementary school. The windowless building with slightly overgrown landscaping made me tear up a little bit. But when we returned that summer to enroll our oldest two in kindergarten and preschool, we got our first taste of the magic that is Big Walnut. Susan Montfort, the teacher equivalent of Mr. Rogers, with her gentle and kind demeanor, stopped us in the parking lot and asked us how she could help. She warmly greeted my boys and told us that we would love it here. She was right. It was lunchtime and Miss Diana had just stepped out, but would be returning, so we went to the playground and talked about starting school. She returned and acted as though my children, whom she had just met, were exactly what she needed at Big Walnut. My boys started school with Mrs. Horman and Mrs. Hoff. They were magic too. Seeing them teach, love, and encourage the little people who became their kids for the year was amazing. Mr. Cooper, who was the principal, was probably the coolest guy they ever met the day they got to spray him with silly string for selling flowers. My kids had built their friendships in the walls of Big Walnut buildings, sometimes through regular interactions, and sometimes because the teacher, like Mrs. Piles or Mrs. Cavaleros, worked their magic and paired them with a great potential buddy for a project. Coach Leach's subtle messages to be good people and excellent teammates were evidence that he knew his magic was equal parts baseball skills and guiding young men. Some of my kids have received intervention services. Some of them have received excellent instruction in accelerated classes. One of my kids has received both of these services, intervention and placement in compacted classes. Once again, Big Walnut magic. I could keep going on forever, and I know there are a million examples of this. I have immense respect for the vision of Big Walnut that Steve Mazzi, Angie Hamburg, and Mark Cooper and their team have worked so hard to create, implement, and sustain. This kind of leadership is what encourages this magic. I was sad to hear about Angie's resignation. I pray this allows her to find some balance and some happiness in her personal life. I'm worried about where it leads our district, though. The board is tasked with filling this position with the talent that our children and community deserve. My hope is politics are set aside and you strive to find someone who nurtures and encourages the magic to continue. Someone who supports the current vision and gives our principals the tool and the freedom to implement it. Someone who draws in the kind of talented teachers and staff who spend their day building relationships and the love of learning with our students. Someone who puts the needs of all students at the core of every decision. Angie leaves big, giant shoes to fill. I wish you nothing but the best as you begin the search. Thank you.
All right, next is Aaron Dalton on mental health.
Go ahead and pause it though, Mr. Busker.
Hello,
Hello, I'm Erin Dalton, a parent in this community and taxpayer. And I want to go off script and say I'm so impressed by the children that were here tonight. Mr. Colson, just appreciative of the professionalism that you have shown. I have asked questions to this board concerning mental health. On 3/19, I received a response from Ms. Nix to my email stating that, and I quote, "I am interested to know about Guidestone and the services offered through that provider. We only seem to hear about Centero, but I would appreciate any information you might have about Guidestone services." End quote. I, however, am confused why a licensed counselor would suggest a service disruption. Why cause an unnecessary change in a therapist for a child? Why provide an unneeded hurdle? Centero has self-reported client satisfaction of 100% in the Big Walnut District. Having Centero in the district removes the daunting task of finding mental health services. And if you've never had to do this, it's incredibly challenging. Nationwide Children's Hospital often has a wait list and charges $300 per session. Centero costs our district nothing through a grant and gives immediate assistance. You do not have to wait 3 months like I did. Centero also provides those services to kids who have learning disabilities and therefore impacting their academics. That academic excellence that we heard so many times tonight. These are kids that have ADHD and autism, and they are benefiting from Centero. I ask the board, has anyone who has used Centero complained of their services? If the complaints are from families not utilizing the services, they cannot effectively speak to the effectiveness. Ms. Nick's email continues, and I quote, "I find it very puzzling that there is such an increased need for mental health services among children and hope the cause for such need will be addressed." End quote. I am puzzled by this statement. It is things that have been addressed here tonight before: bullying, learning disabilities, social media influence, things that did not exist when I was a child. And we also heard screening is why we see an increase. I ask for Centero to stay. I ask it on behalf of families using this service. I ask it for those who fear to speak out because it impacts the privacy of their child. I ask it for the children who may need it in the future, including my own children. I am an unapologetic advocate for my own children and mental health. I am not asking for alternatives. I am asking for Centero to stay. Thank you.
That's a very soothing alarm.
Enough to let people know. Next is Mindy Pankey on relationships under construction.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Well, the day has arrived. So much anticipation, excitement, and even nerves building up to this very moment. When you have this precious child who is relying on you as your parent to teach, protect, and help guide and navigate them through this world, this precious child begins to crawl, walk, talk, throw tantrums, and begins to learn how the world around them works. Then at age 5, we bundle up our children and we send them off to school. I know for some that this order of development may look different, but eventually we place our children in the hands of trusted individuals to help teach them the academic skills necessary to succeed in life. One of these academic skills required by our state is health education. In the 4th grade, we were separated from the boys, and we got the puberty talk, and we laughed and giggled and wondered what was inside those boys' boxes, and they wondered what was inside ours. But that was it, other than a few health courses along the way. We are incredibly fortunate to live in a state which values family and requires us to teach children abstinence until marriage. We are also incredibly fortunate to have a program like Relationships Under Construction. They not only align with the state standards, but their methods of teaching the foundation of a loving family, however that may look, are second to none. RUC teaches our children to help understand that behaviors have consequences while equipping them with truthful information to help them make healthy decisions and form healthy relationships. They teach respect for self and others, but most importantly, sexual intimacy is special and most enjoyable in a committed, loving marriage. And isn't that what we all want for our kids? When I found out relationships under construction would not be teaching our 7th graders, I was disappointed, as were many. In a chaotic world with so many crazy things being thrown at our children, and because of the state requires it, we need a solid moral education, health education program. This program, I believe, is RUC. I understand there were issues with transparency and numerous modifications were asked of RUC to alter their curriculum, but let them teach. There is more transparency on their website than on Schoology. I'm asking the board to consider securing our relationship with RUC next year for 7th grade while continuing to teach through high school. Okay, good, I have a few minutes. Some statistics. Their opt-out rate is a little bit less than 2%. Pre and post tests show an increased understanding of STDs, STIs, and their effects on sterility. An increased understanding of avoiding pregnancy as teens means waiting until marriage. And since I have 5 seconds, the most important one is the number of students who personally made it their goal to wait till marriage increased. Thank you.
All right, next is Annette McMurray on mental health.
Give me 1 second, Jeremy, to get this open.
You are on the clock.
I am on the clock.
No, are you not?
3 R's of the 90s: reading, writing, and relaxing. Being a teen today can sometimes seem overwhelming. Problems ranging from schoolwork to relationships attracts pressures from friends, families, and teachers to do the right thing. Homework, tests, and pop quizzes are words most teens dread and are some of the top causes of stress. Parents put a lot of pressure on kids. Some parents not only expect their child to maintain high grades, but to be active in sports and have a respectable social life. Add a job, and the pressure mounts. Junior, I'm not going to say his name, knows these pressures. He says homework makes him stressed, and late soccer games leave him with little time to get it done. Stress can also be caused by arguments with friends. Although this causes the least amount of stress, it still adds to the problem. Peer pressure is another form of stress caused by friends. Counselors and other mental health professionals believe social influences can sometimes lead to poor decisions. Family stress is a great problem among high schoolers. Insert name, a senior feels stressed when her parents' expectations exceed her own beliefs. Senior, fill in the name, knows what stress is and she is learning to deal with it. Senior is pregnant and is starting to deal with that fact. She has many fears of losing her boyfriend, keeping grades up. She also worries of what her parents are thinking. Eleanor Gay, Big Walnut High School junior-senior guidance counselor, said that she used to deal with a lot of stress-related problems when she first started counseling. Now she says, with only 2 counselors, it's hard to see and help every student on a personal level. When she does get stress problems, they normally have to deal with families, boyfriends, or pregnancy. There are many methods of releasing and relieving stress. Big Walnut High School psychology teacher Roger Roberts says that exercise is a great way to relieve stress. Some of the best stress relieving exercises are running and aerobics. To quickly release stress, Roberts suggests hitting something that will not cause you or anyone else any type of harm, such as a pillow. The best way to avoid stress is to stay away from stressful situations and participate in meaningful activities that promote positive, healthful responses. Written by Annette Horath in 1992. My maiden name, Horath. This was written by me. I get sick of hearing that we do not believe in providing mental health for our students and giving them the opportunities to have that type of support. In 1992, I felt it was important for our students. I was one of those students. What we do not want is a group like Centero that has predatory actions in their background. Predatory. They are a disgusting organization. I'm not saying the counselors are bad. My daughter receives services here through our school district. We are exploring the option of possibly having to go with a Centero counselor. It's not the counselor, it's the company.
right, next is Julie Heights, a thank you for Angie Hamburg on behalf of Big Walnut Education Association.
Right. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Excuse me. My name's Julie Heights, and I live here in Sunbury. I have 2 kids that go to Prairie Run, and I've been a teacher in the district for 15 years. Grant was in my class, 2nd grade class, many years ago. And as a member of the Big Walnut Education Association and past president, I'm here on behalf of the association to thank Mrs. Hamburg for her 13 years of service to our district. Mrs. Hamburg has continually worked with us teachers on putting kids first. Her commitment, her passion, and her leadership will all be missed, and we wish her nothing but the best in her future endeavors. So thank you, Mrs. Hamburg.
All right, next is Danielle Russell on Panorama. All right, go ahead.
I'm very disappointed in the motion proposed by Mrs. Graziosi today regarding Panorama and the yes vote on that motion, which effectively does away with the implementation of their survey. Had you voted to keep this survey, which allows any parent to opt out for any reason, you would have allowed all parents to have a choice. Instead, your vote to remove it only protects the choice of the 2% of parents who have a problem with the survey. Besides stripping me, a parent of 4 children in this district, of the right to have my kids participate in this survey, with your vote, you have further chosen to strip our administrators of the firsthand knowledge of how the students feel about their school experience for this year, removing access to valuable information they would use to ensure they are meeting the needs of my kids and your kids and all the kids in this district. I would add, this information likely has elevated importance now on the heels of a pandemic that has changed all of our lives, including our kids. It is rather unfortunate that your vote has removed the ability for the building administrators to hear from the students themselves and make adjustments if necessary to ensure that they are meeting the needs of all of our kids. If I can take a minute to tell you what it felt like to sit here and watch you strip me of my right to have my children participate in this survey, it didn't feel very good. I now have no recourse, while if the survey was still occurring, the parents who wouldn't want to participate would have recourse by opting out. I wish that you had chosen instead to protect the rights of all parents, including parents like me.
Next is Rachel Snyder on professional educators, nonpartisanship, and intel. Go ahead.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Rachel Snyder. I'm a community member and a mom of 2 BW students and an educator. Mrs. Hamburg, if you're watching, you'll be missed. Thank you for your years of leadership, educational expertise, and vision that you've given to the Big Walnut District. You have brought in a group of caring education professionals to keep Big Walnut moving forward. However, I feel, and this is my opinion, that the professional educators are not being utilized. We go to school, we get the training that we get so we can help students. It isn't just some random information that we put out there and say, hey, this is what we're gathering. I mean, as an educator, we pull in all sorts of different data. Sorry, I kind of escaped because I'm going off script a little bit. We pull in all kinds of data. I work at a school that we have to go in and see how the students are being affected, what's affecting their education. If I don't know my students, I don't know how I can help them. It's the same thing for the data that you're pulling. It might be general data, but it's something that helps educators. Again, I guess I find it hard to believe that power is being stripped from the people who you're supposed to be working together with. And I'm not seeing it. I feel like people were ambushed tonight with information that could have been done on a separate note and be like, hey, this is what we're addressing, instead of bringing up topics like random. And then the other part of mine was that in the search for a new superintendent, I hope that you be thoughtful and open-minded in your search. Your duty as school board members is to all students, not just the people that voted for you. It is a public right under the 14th Amendment, if we'll get into the Constitution, that all students have a right, not just the people who voted for you, not the people that believe the way you do, not the people that look like you, act like you, anything, for everybody. I have two very unique children. I deal with the bullying that Mrs. Nix was talking about by quote unquote normal kids who think that they're strange or they're whatever, and they write through it like pros. So I'm hoping that it will not be political, not national agendas that are being pushed, but our school district, our issues, not something that's being brought in from the outside. I just hope that you will take input from people in the community, people that are talking, the teachers, the educators, she or he who comes into this position need to be able to work with you, with the teachers, with everyone. And my child's calling me, so I will wrap it up. But good luck with the search, and I hope that is fruitful for all the generations that are coming, because we are setting up that process. Thank you.
Next is Molly, apologize if I mess this up, but Bodick, and it's regarding board processes and board politics. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Molly Bodek. I am a parent of 2 children in the Big Walnut School District. I wanted to start out with a quote. While it is important to honor all voices in the community, and while no singular system is without flaws, we do the opposite of honoring voices when non-professionals have a monopoly on the choices for every educator and every child other than their own. So first, I'd like to thank you for your time. I'd like to thank Mrs. Hamburg for all that she did for our district. And I have a couple questions about the process. Is it normal to remove something without community input when only 2% of the parents were opting out? So immediately, we're going to take a vote and not have some type of panel or community group meeting. Why is it necessary to remove something that opting out of was an option? Is it normal for the board to ask people to speak on something without it being on the agenda, even though that person had a speech clearly prepared? I have my views. Everyone in this room has their views. But this group needs to support all students. As long as there is an opportunity to opt out, you are giving parents a voice. If you are removing things, you are taking away other parents' voice. Tonight, you took away my voice. You took away my child's voice to say, I feel part of the class. I don't feel part of the class. You took away that option. It was politics. Politics should not play a role in this position. You want to say that it's a national thing, so is the STAR test. So is MAP testing, if we use that in this district. So are all the things we're doing. I don't even know how in today's technology you would take a survey that is completely anonymous. You put it on Google Forms, it's tracking. Anything you're doing, unless it's a piece of paper, is going to track. We need data to know what we need, where we need to improve. I'm very saddened by what I saw, and it's very frustrating when you're given the opportunity to speak. Some people are clearly not listening. Thank you for your time, those of you who listened.
And our next person is Renee Bream. This is actually the last one. Renee Bream on Centero and relationships under construction.
Thank you, members of the board. I just wanted to talk about trust real quick. I presented to, not this exact board, but the previous board, an audio of a Centero counselor presenting at a Westerville school, and it was very pornographic. A lot of people have said that that's past information, Renee, they're not involved in this anymore. Then I also presented to you their 2020-2021 middle school packet that clearly stated pornographic websites. In addition to that packet, they also presented their whiteboard presentation in the classroom that also had that those pornographic sites. And here we are, ever since I feel like I shared that with you, I have seen that Centero has been invited in to give parenting classes at our preschool. And most recently, the chiller chat, there was a Centero counselor there as well. I went on the high school website to look and see what was communicated to us parents. Not a single word about Centero counseling being there yesterday. And I believe us parents deserve the right to know. Here's a case where I wouldn't have even been able to opt my child out because it was just open to the public. I think it is important, some of the questions on the Panorama survey, I think those are some great questions that every single parent in this district should ask their kids. Absolutely. And I had mentioned Panorama a few months ago. I think those are very good questions parents need to ask their kids. When you ask a kid all these questions and they write all their answers, but they never get any input back, I think that's a disservice to children. I think you're putting questions in their mind, and then as a parent, luckily, these questions are out there for the parents to see. But I feel like every parent in this district should ask those same questions to their children. But so Centero, we know what they stand for. And then we have an organization like Relationships Under Construction. When I first came in, it said there's some concerns of the community. There's concerns of the community about Centero, and we continue to just push it. And they're canceled because of a word called marriage. I don't understand.
That's it.
That's it. Takes us to item 13, business items. (13.1), Mr. Cooper.
Do you want to read the motion?
Yeah. It's recommended the board approve the resolution authorizing the 2022-2023 membership in the Ohio High School Athletic Association.
Second.
Discussion?
So I'll just share at this point, this is our annual membership in the OHSAA. Pardon me. And with that, then this allows our high school and middle school to move forward for participating in the OHSAA next year, as well as then agreeing to the constitution and bylaws of that organization.
And that membership is due by?
That membership is due, I believe, June 30th is the date that I see here on the document.
Anybody have discussion items?
I have information here about the OHSAA guidelines for transgender participation, and I think when we checked, we were told that we did not have a principal attend this conference or make a vote on any of the issues about that. I do have a copy of the conference that was held April 8th, 2022, and their breakouts on pushing the transgender issues. And I guess I really need to know where we stand on that, as having a granddaughter who is on the soccer team and wanting to protect her from any issue that might involve a transgender coming into the dressing room and causing great stress and fear.
You have anything, Sherry?
I really don't know what to say. I don't have any concerns with OHSAA. I question the use of pushing in Alice's comments. I don't know that there was pushing. I mean, informing perhaps, or I don't know. I have nothing.
Angela, you got anything?
I do have concerns for the female athletes that might be playing and having to, we all know what's going on in society and what's happening in the swimming. And I don't think that it is, I think it's taking away everything we fought for our daughters, for sports, to have a playing field, to be able to get out and look at scholarships and things like that. So I have some strong concerns about this. And if you have questions about what they're pushing, that's what the whole 8 hours was about in the equity quest, equity and belonging quest. The gender unicorn, it goes on and on. So we really need to know as a board, as a school district, what we're getting into and what we're accepting with the OHSAA memberships.
Steve? Any?
I'd like to ask those questions, certainly. What happens if we choose not to be part of the OHSAA for, let's say, the fall sports season with our student athletes? I mean, I think certainly let's keep an eye on it. I think certainly let's be concerned about these things. Are we looking at male athletes swimming on girls' teams next year? Is that something that's being discussed at the OHSAA? Because I don't see it in this document. I don't see that happening next year. And I think that the cost-benefit analysis about participation in the OHSAA versus what those concerns are off in the future, I just wonder what those are. Wait, Grant, help me out. Where did you, what game did you lose last year?
We lost to Massillon, Washington in the third round of the playoffs.
Which was state final? No, you lost out on the state final four. That was a regional final, right?
Regional semifinal, I believe.
Regional semi, sorry. So are we talking right now in April about not joining the OHSAA next year? And oh, by the way, help me, we're gonna hire a superintendent sometime soon too, right?
Good point.
Thanks.
I would make a motion to table this since it doesn't have to be taken care of until the end of June. Is that correct? Is that what I read? It can be done in the May meeting.
I can and I can verify, but certainly I would recommend that that action be taken by May, so that we do have time to ensure that we can take the proper actions for the June 30th deadline.
I think it needs a more lengthy discussion, so I'd make a motion to table.
Mr. Crowell, I think, I'm trying to think of the right terminology. I don't think tabling, though, in this situation.
Because you would have to take it up the very next action.
I believe it's it's postponement for a later meeting. Again, the exact term, I'm not 100% on it, but it is a different action than tabling.
Tabling would have to be
It's on my
pulled off the table at the next meeting. Okay, I'd make the motion that we postpone decision on item number 13.1 until a future date.
Second.
Discussion?
Like, are we seriously considering taking away these athletic opportunities for our students?
Well, I think the motion was to move it to the next meeting.
But why would we need to do that?
Because we need to progress we're gonna be here until 1 o'clock in the morning.
Well, then next
And
month.
I've got
we'll
two
be
board
here
members
until-
that are not comfortable. I'm the third. We need a longer discussion on the item. I don't see what the problem is.
Mr. President, are there specific questions that this administration can help with preparation for May?
I will let you know that, yes.
Thank you.
May I ask, who was the second on that? Was that Mrs. Graziosi? Okay. Mr. Crowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Graziosi?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorsch?
No.
Mr. Fuji?
To be clear, this is a vote as to whether or not to set aside this current motion.
That is
On
correct.
tonight's agenda, yes.
No.
Mrs. Nix?
Yes.
Motion carries.
I'll take us to item 13.2. It is recommended the board approve the following account transfer. $599.67 donated to the Big Walnut High School Best Buddies Anonymous Donation. Big Walnut High School Best Buddies Fund number 200.
Mr. Crowe, I
Mr.
think
Crowell.
that may be an old agenda.
I think that is, you are on,
Oh, maybe I jumped ahead when I flipped the
Yeah.
page. I apologize. It printed, it is recommended the board approve the following account transfer. $1,143.80 transfer from 022-1890-9021-000 to 070-1890 general fund, stale checks greater than 5 years old.
So moved.
Second.
So what this is each year I'm going to call it our on-claim funds. We put those into a fund to hold, and then they are, if they're collected, we reissue. If not, they sit here, and then they are used for capital. This was a fund that was set up years ago. So that is what the transfer is about. Any questions? Okay.
Jeremy, take the,
Mr. Fuji?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorsch?
Yes.
Mrs. Graziosi?
Yes.
Mr. Crowell?
yes.
Mrs. Dix?
Yes.
13.3, it is recommended the board approve the new accounts. Big Walnut High School Aerospace Club Student Activity Account and the Big Walnut Turf Replacement Fund.
So moved.
Second.
Little explanation.
Yes, so I think the account items are on there, but our high school is wanting to set up an aerospace account for collecting funds to build rockets and then be able to.
Model rockets.
Model rockets,
No
correct.
big ones, I want the big ones.
This is not SpaceX, you're correct. So the other one, as we have talked, actually I rewind to about a year ago, we were talking about the NCAA putting turf on our current, or at that time current high school, now going to be the middle school. We started talking about then how do we look at replacing those fields? Will this get 100% of it? I can't guarantee that, but it will help to build up some funds to be able to have those to replace the. We're jumping from no turf fields to 2 turf football fields as well as
Baseball and
2
softball.
2 infields. So that's what this fund is for. Any questions? Okay. Mr. Fuji?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorsch?
Yes.
Mrs. Graziosi?
Yes.
Mrs. Nix?
Yes.
Mr. Crowell?
Yes. 13.4, it is recommended the board approve the athletic field rental rates.
So moved.
Second.
I think Mrs. Dorsch just beat you on that one. So as we were just talking about the turf account, this is setting up the fees then that we'd be expecting people to pay for our turf fields. Mr. Shelton did a nice job of reaching out to other districts. He reached out to Canal Winchester, Highland, Westerville, Hilliard, and did some good research on usage, as well as what is a rate in our area for our fields that would actually allow people to utilize those as one, a service to our community for having that opportunity, but also, as we talked about, be able to hopefully begin to build some funds for replacement. Other questions on that? Okay. Mr. Fuji?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorsch?
Yes.
Mrs. Graziosi?
Yes.
Mr. Crowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Nix?
Puts us 13.5. It is recommended the board approve the stipulation of a value agreement in regard to the BOR case number 21-90001.
So moved.
Second.
This is a Board of Revisions agreement that we've been working on with this property owner for, I would say, 6 months to a year, just to kind of work through the process and come to an agreement. And so recommend, it has already been signed by the property owner's attorney and recommending it to the board as well. So, other questions? Okay. Mrs. Graziosi?
Yes.
Mr. Fuji?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorsch?
Yes.
Mr. Crowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Nix?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Colson. I've been forgetting you.
Yes. 13.6, it is recommended the board approve the settlement agreement and release in case 222-CV1377, Ashley Ryder versus Big Walnut Local School.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Jeremy?
Okay. Mr. Fuji?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorsch?
Yes.
Ms. Graziosi?
Yes.
Mr. Crowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Nix?
Yes.
Mr. Colson?
Yes.
Item 13.7, it is recommended the board approve the following extended field trips. JV varsity girls basketball, Orlando, Florida, December 26th through the 30th of 22.
So moved.
Second.
This is for an extended field trip for our girls' basketball team to go, and this is over the winter break next year. So no school days will be missed during this time. It is voluntary for this student athletes.
I just have a question, a couple. Just in regards to sports, which over a school break, you said it's voluntary. And the children or the students, are they penalized in situations if they do not go to trips? Or this is a voluntary trip, but would they be penalized if they don't go to this trip?
No, as a voluntary trip, they would not be penalized for not going on the trip.
Mr. Fuji?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorsch?
Yes.
Ms. Graziosi?
Yes.
Mr. Crowell?
Yes.
Ms. Nix?
Yes.
Mr. Colson?
Yes.
13.8, it is recommended the board approve the following donations. $599.67 donated to Big Walnut High School Best Buddies anonymous donation. Big Walnut High School Best Buddies Fund number 200-9901. $500 donated to Souder's Snack Pantry, donated by Paper Team, Inc. Souder's Principal Fund 018-9004. $194.89 donated to Big Walnut High School Best Buddies, anonymous donation. Big Walnut High School Best Buddies Fund 200-9901. $1,800 donated to Big Walnut Local School District Food Service, donated by Bernard F. and Julian C. Himmelschbach. Big Walnut Local School District Food Service Fund number 006-0000.
So moved.
Second.
I don't think there's any discussion.
Thank you.
Mr. Fuji?
Yes.
Mrs. Graziosi?
Yes.
Mr. Crowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorsch?
Yes.
Mrs. Nix?
Yes.
Mr. Colson?
Yes. Takes us to item number 14, Human Resources.
I'd be glad to give you a quick update of these items this evening under 14.1, going through 14.6 this evening. Noting their resignations going into next year as well. We're starting to see those come in and certainly have some amazing staff members who have made the decision to retire this year. And I'm appreciative for all their work and commitment to our students. I want to call out specifically Becky Blaze, Rena Hogue, Kathy Longshore, and Ron McClure. Each of these who are retiring here this evening have set an amazing example of caring for kids and their positivity and their love of their jobs. Additionally, I'm thankful for Mr. Cox and his work at Souders over the last 5 years. Matt is excited to get back into the classroom. You'll see that noted on the next item down there and continue to lead in that capacity in the years ahead. Noted 14.2 under 14.3, pretty self-explanatory item there with curricular contracts, my apologies. 14.4 and 14.5, fairly self-explanatory there. I do want to call out under 14.5, we are recommending Laura Foreman as a full-time bus driver. You may recognize that Laura Foreman is a former bus driver, but most recently the administrative assistant with the Director of Transportation's Department. I do want to call out specifically that this is not considered a retire-rehire per Ohio language in that she is not returning to the same job. So she is on here. I do want to make sure that that is noted, but because she's not returning to the exact same job, it is not noted as a retire-rehire situation. And lastly, under 14.6, noting those leave of absences, and those requests are within allowances of the relevant collective bargaining agreements. Any questions? Thank you.
Jeremy?
I
think we're on the 14.
You have to start reading the motion.
14.1.
It is.
Mr. President, I move that we move the consent agenda items 14.1 through 14.6 inclusive.
Second.
So
Who is that second? Sorry. Okay. All right, Mr. Fuji?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorsch?
Yes.
Mrs. Graziosi?
yes.
Mr. Crowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Nix?
Yes.
Mr. Colson?
Yes.
There you go.
Item number 15, it is recommended the board enter executive session to consider the employment of a public employee or official. I believe that's under 122.22 of the Ohio Revised Code.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Fuji?
Yes.
Mrs. Graziosi?
Yes.
Mr. Crowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorsch?
Yes.
Mrs. Nix?
Yes.
Mr. Colson?
Yes.
Now, Grant, this is one actually that we'll go into and come back out of. So again, if you want to stay, you're welcome to. But also, if you want to go, you're welcome to.
Thank you. Ain't no chains. I think it's gotten 4 or 5 degrees cooler in there.
Thank God.
Oh, I'm freezing. Wayne? We're back in session. Item number 16.1. It is recommended the board approve the resignation of Angela S. Hamburg from the Big Walnut Local School District as superintendent effective July 31, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion, comments.
I just want to say a few words about Angie. I was, of course, disappointed to receive the resignation. I just wanted to take a minute to thank Angie for every ounce of blood, sweat, and tears that she has poured into this district, for all the sacrifices that she has made for my kids, for your kids. Angie has put together an extraordinary team of professionals that are so dedicated to public education, so dedicated to improving the lives of children, that come into these buildings every day for those children. Angie led her team to think outside of the box, to strive for more for our kids, to be innovative, to provide our students with more opportunities, and somehow to get that done on a tight budget, all the time, a tight budget. She has led us through so many challenges. Everyone in this room is familiar with those challenges. We owe Angie so much respect, so much gratitude. We are in a good place in that we have space to house our students. We have an incredible team of educators, administrators, and staff that is so dedicated to the students of our community. So I wish Angie the best. And that's all I have.
Steve? Go ahead, Mark.
Just to say a few quick words. Certainly this resignation is a difficult one to see on the agenda tonight. Angie's been one of the strongest student-centered leaders and decision makers for this district for the past 13 years. She has led with such an intelligent mind for pre-K-12 academics, the incredible heart and courage to ensure that all kids are cared for and welcome in this district. The servant leadership to support hundreds of staff members and thousands of students. In the vision to keep this district moving forward to the world our students must prepare for. A world that is in some ways the same, but in many ways different with regards to the jobs and the skill sets that are needed today and into the future. Angie has dedicated her complete self to this district with countless hours, many of which were not seen in the public eye. Caring for and doing for this district and community. She's going to leave a very large void to fill, and I'm hopeful that this board is able to find an incredible leader who will first and foremost make student-centered decisions to fulfill the mission of this district, to inspire and guide each student to their maximum potential. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a lot of things that I always like to say, and in the interest of time, I necessarily won't, but it is also appropriate to take some time to recognize the tireless effort. Honestly, I don't think that I can do it better than she herself did in her letter to us as a board. Finally, it is my hope with this resignation that our community and Board of Education can come together to once again focus on students and their learning. Just in that very sentence, that is the topic sentence of her last paragraph, I think she is giving us some guidance about where to go in our future. And that is about as classy as you can really be. You think about her leadership, you think about what this district has been through in the last 2 years. Every district has been through in the last 2 years, but this community has received as a blessing of this district the in-person education, the opportunities that have been presented based on that leadership. So again, we talk about hail and farewell. You can never hail someone new until you appropriately say farewell to someone who's leaving. And no amount of farewell can really encapsulate what she has done for us, for our students, and for this community. So with that, I give her my gratitude and wish her only the best. I'll also say this, you know what, without betraying any confidences, probably my first instinct and inclination was I spoke with her and asked her to stay. Like, are you sure about this? Like, really, like, think about this for a while. Sometimes some stability is good. Is this really? And when she talked about her health and the fact that where she's been in the last 2 months, I realized, okay, I understand. Finally, in her sentence, it is my hope that our community and this Board of Education can come together to focus once again on students and learning. I'll share that hope.
I would like to say something on behalf of Angie. I think it took a lot of courage for her to make this resignation, but her family has to come first, and I wish her the best.
I would like to second it or third it what Mr. Fuji said and Mrs. Nix, that as a working mother, family must come first, and that it takes brave courage to choose what's important, and her children and her health is important. So I support Angie, and I wish her all the best, and we'll keep her in our prayers.
I view Angie's work and her passion for her work, and although we do disagree on some things, she's probably the most passionate person for her job that I have seen in a long time. And she did spend an enormous amount of time after our time to the community. I saw her at township meetings in several townships. It is the unfortunate acts of life sometimes that steer your life away from the course and path that you desired and wanted. I believe she's made, as Alice said, a very courageous decision, and I believe it to be the correct decision for her and her family. And with that said, Jeremy?
Before I take roll call, you all have said many, many nice things, and I don't know if I can do any better other than I will miss her. She's been a wonderful partner. I will remember numerous occasions of meeting with community members alongside her. My first times of coming into the district when I was going through the interview process, and her passion was known then, and I saw it in action. But I also saw her as great advocate for kids, but a great person that cared about the community and took very, very close eye on the finances to try to provide for the kids, but with the understanding of the impact that also made on the community. I'll miss her, and I wish her well. With that, Mr. Fuji?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorsch?
Yes.
Mr. Crowell?
Yes.
Ms. Graziosi?
Yes.
Mrs. Nix?
Yes.
And that takes us to 16.2, Superintendent Search Process.
So we have, I guess I'll introduce this, we have a couple individuals here just to kind of go through the process, what we can expect, hopefully timelines and things that we should be aware of. And I think I heard that you guys get to go first from the Ohio School Board Association.
Thank you for your time this evening.
You're welcome.
In the interest of time, we are not going to do the whole PowerPoint presentation. You have a copy of it, and you have a proposal as well.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan.
Inside of the portfolio, you will
Yes.
find the copy of the PowerPoint presentation. It's on the right side.
Go ahead, Rod.
All right. Search presentation for Big Walnut Local Board of Education. On behalf of the School Board, Ohio School Board Association, we appreciate the opportunity to share the details of our search process with you. My name is Rod Cheatham, and I'm with Kim here today, and we're going to run through the process for you so you can become aware of how we go about helping people with searches organizations. The successful search begins with a strong team of professional search consultants and continues with honest, comprehensive, and transparent process that ends up with a solid, long-term relationship with a new superintendent and someone to be over your leadership team. OSBA's search is board-centered and community-focused, and I'll let Kim talk more about that.
What we are out to do is find the best fit for you as a school board and as a community. So our goal is to find a fit. Our team is comprised of, we have 4 searchers who are former board members, and we have 1 former superintendent, me. And together we work to help this process along. The community process is this entire process is board-centered, and it is community-focused. The entire process is flexible, and it is up to you how you want the timeline to look and how you want to customize it for your needs and your community needs. You'll be guided throughout this process every step of the way. If you're a new board member and you find yourself, this is the first time you're hiring a superintendent, we don't assume that you don't know what you're doing, but you may feel a little anxious about this. It's the biggest decision that you're going to make. It's the most important decision that you are going to make. So you won't be doing any guessing about what's next or are we on the right track. We will be guiding you through that. All decisions belong to the board. We do not make decisions for you. The board will approve and make every decision. You will be told as a board member many, many times you've got to stay in your lane. And governance involves you working with the administration. Hiring your superintendent and hiring your treasurer are 100% in your lane. This is a big responsibility for the board, and we respect that. You will see and you will evaluate all candidates. We work for you, we work for the board. We are your association. We do not screen out or eliminate any candidates for you. We will give you, you will see all candidates and you will make decisions. That is not to say if there is a bad egg in the applicant pool that we're not going to let you know that there is a problem. But you will take a look at that and you will make those decisions. You know your community better than anyone else. And so this is your time. What sets OSBA apart from some of the other firms, we do have national recruiting through NAS, which Rod will talk about. We will give you complete interview and evaluation support. We do use the Achiever, which I'll talk about, and we also have a portal that you would use in this search. It's called Revelis, and that's a candidate profile and screening platform. We provide leadership development for you after the search is complete, and we guarantee our work. Go ahead and talk about NAS.
Okay, NAS, what also sets OSBA apart is NAS. NAS is a National Association of search superintendent searches. I'm sorry. It's exclusive to OSBA in Ohio. It has the most experienced network of educational search professionals in the USA. It also provides the district with immediate, cost-effective, and national advertising and marketing. Also, what sets OSBA apart is Achiever, and Kim will talk more about the Achiever as well as relevance.
The Achiever is an assessment that highlights the natural leadership inclinations of a candidate, and it puts a person on a continuum. The assessment will show where this person is on a continuum of leadership skills that are necessary for a successful superintendency. It will also provide advice to the board in terms of what interview questions you might want to ask, and it will also give you some topics of future professional development as you begin your board superintendent relationship. This is not an assessment that was created by staff at OSBA sitting around some conference table. This was created by personnel profile. It measures constructs, and the constructs are such as energy, flexibility, organization, communication, motivation, those kinds of constructs. Reliability and validity has been conducted. This is done by HR people with all those initials behind their name, and psychometricians. It's been validated through construct validation, criterion validation, and concurrent. The next piece that we have that is unique to OSBA is Revelis, and this is a proprietary online system. It was developed by our tech group at OSBA, and there are now 15 states using this, and we have 4 more coming on. It's a secure portal for the board and the candidate to use. The portal houses for every candidate information like the references, the resume, the application questions, the letters of recommendation, all of that you want to see. Candidate puts that information in, and then the board will have access, so you'll be able to see everything. Staff involvement and community involvement.
One of the things I like a lot about our process is that the community and the staff is involved. I was just in the Southwest District recently, and they had the community involved in the process, and the staff was involved. And so you kind of lift up the morale of the community as well as the staff when you kind of get them to work together to help make a selection for their next superintendent. So that's a key component there. We also have focus groups during the recruitment process. We have 3 types of arrangements. We have the focus groups, and we have models for community members to meet the finalists. We have staff participation in ongoing goal setting and team development after the appointment. So it's not that we'll stop working with you after you appoint your superintendent. We'll have ongoing development after that.
Step-by-step process, and we're just going to really give you the highlights of this. First thing that happens is there's a meeting where you'll sit down with the consultants. You'll develop a profile of what you wish for in your next superintendent, and that profile will be developed. There is an aggressive local, state, and nationwide recruitment. We do not go to the next district over and say, hey, you'd be a good superintendent for, we don't do that kind of recruitment. We do our recruitment through the state and through our advertising in the state. We do our recruitment through NAS that Rod just discussed. It's a national recruitment. And we do our work through the brochures that we will email and send out, and you can choose to mail them as well. We do have professional screen candidates, so there is a ranking, so to speak. Former superintendents, professors of education, such look at the candidates and rank, and we share that with you. you are bound to, in no way to use it, but we give you our best estimation of what you have in front of you. It is a board-centered candidate evaluation. The board and OSBA searcher will work with you as you go through and you select who you want to bring in for your interviews. And again, you will choose who that is that you want, and then we will help you through the phases of contract negotiations and writing your interview questions and all of that kind of thing. We will help you with that. So we talked about those things already. Talk about those.
The process, more about the process and the timeline. We have the focus groups in the districts or area, and then usually in the daytime or in the evening, whatever works best for your particular group. The recruitment and marketing activities will be there. The closing, we have a closing date for applications. So once we work with you, we'll start with a planning meeting and we'll kind of set out the whole timeline. And you will have a date for opening of the applications and a date for closing. And then you'll also have, there'll be a period where we'll be screening the applications in terms of reviewing the applications that are online. It's not just the OSBA consultants, but we also have other superintendents that have more background and more experience as well that can go in and help screen these applications as well too. So we write comments on the applications so that we can get them to the board to make a better decision. Regulars, of course, the screen portal opens to the Board of Education. Again, as you mentioned before, the portal is open for the board to see as well as the consultants. It's two sides of it. So it's kind of like if you think about Indeed, how you can go in and make an application, but employers can see it, but it's specifically for superintendents and treasurers. Once the finalists are selected, the second round of interviews takes place and the reference checking. The Board of Education goes through and have their deliberations and offer and then make the selection. The superintendent begins to transition on to employment. So this just gives you the overview of the timeline, and it gets more detailed when we sit down and have the first planning meeting. And then Kim will talk about some critical points.
Yeah, and I want to just mention 2 points. We also make sure your questions are legal that you're asking. It is not our desire for you to end up on the front page of the Columbus Dispatch
Thank you for
because
that.
of your superintendent search. And the other piece that we do is OSBA will provide you 10 contacts of references that were not listed on the applicant's application. We ask the Board of Education to do the reference checks. And the reason why we do that is we give you the contacts, you call around, each of you talk to 2 or 3 people. It gives you a more balanced picture or an illustration of the superintendent candidate that you're looking at. So when you come back to have discussion, you each have a facet that you've learned about the candidate, and it gives you more conversation. So the critical points, we're winding it up here. Our critical points are all decisions belong to the board. Community input is vital. And we don't filter out the candidate information. We want a legal, ethical, fair, and transparent process. And we will do the workshop for you within 6 months after you get settled in.
And last but not least, we'd like to let you know that our process is guaranteed. So your satisfaction is guaranteed. We call it the OSBA guarantee. If for some reason that person does not stay in the role for 1 year, we will do the search all over again for you at no charge. And if you're not satisfied, we'll do the search again at no charge as well.
So already in 2022, we've done, we're in the process of 9 searches, and they've been successful searches. And we would love to provide this core service for you as well. You've been a member of OSBA for 66 years, and as a longtime member of our association, we have a vested interest in your district's success. So thank you for having us here this evening.
Thank you, Kim.
Now we have. Yeah. Do you have questions for this group?
Unfortunately, I do. I'll be quick, Dr. Lucas, I promise. So I know that you said timeline is variable and it's dependent upon where we are. Obviously, we're in April and we're talking about a contract that would have to start up in July. Your typical process, timeline, and expectations?
Typically 60 days. We can do it in 30. It depends on what you want. Depends on how many focus groups you want to have, all of that.
Right. And then typically.
We can work backwards, though, to get it to be where you want it to be.
Thank you. And typically, do you work with, for instance, you talk the critical points and the next key step is to put together that profile?
Right.
Do you work typically with the entire board, or do you work with a committee of the board, or do you work with the board president?
Every district is different. So I think it would be preferable to work with the entire board.
Okay, thank you. Those were mine.
I don't. Go ahead.
No, it was answered with
Oh,
the
okay.
average length of.
Alice?
I have no questions. No questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Now our representatives from the Educational Service Center of Central Ohio.
Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you. I'll let Dan get our information out. Obviously, we're going to make this as expedited as possible because, it's 11:20 and you guys have been hanging in there great. So we'll make it short and sweet. Two things before I get started that I want to kind of get across to the board. One is I think it's vitally important that you know who's doing your searches, and that's why Dan and I will both take a little bit of time to give you our background. But I think probably the most important message I come here to give to the board is the fact that you are a member of our Educational Service Center. We're going to support you if OSBA does the search. We're going to support you if we do the search. Whatever search firm is out there, we're going to support you either way. So I don't want you to think that, well, this is a contest, because we work hand in hand. We do our own searches. We also work hand in hand. So stay assured in the fact that you're going to be taken care of no matter who does your search. I will introduce myself just for briefly. Wade Lucas, I'm your neighbor. I was Superintendent of Olentangy for almost 7 years. Started as a superintendent way back in 2000 at Coshocton City Schools, a district of about 1,800. Moved from there to Akron at the Green Local Schools, size of about 4,500. Moved from there to Olentangy. When I got to Olentangy, it was 13,000. When I left Olentangy, it was 20,000. So I've seen the growth, understand the growing pains that are taking place, totally get it. In fact, it's somewhat deja vu at times when I was sitting in the audience today. We are here. We also do interims. Dan and I, that's one of the things that you get with us is we call it experience. You may call it old, whichever way you want to look at it. But last year, for example, I was a superintendent at Dublin for 3 months. I was a superintendent at Hilliard for a few months, and then I was a superintendent at Whitehall. I only bring that up for one reason, and the fact that we both retired roughly in 15, 16. There is a difference between being a superintendent of a school district in 15 and being a superintendent during this pandemic. there's a total difference. And if anybody tells you that there's nothing really different about it, we both have walked in those shoes, and I will tell you there's many, many challenges. So that's me. I'll let Dan introduce him, and then we'll kind of take you through the search and the timeline.
Thank you. As Wade indicated, this is both professionally and personally important to us. Professionally, because we continue to work with Big Walnut, with your superintendent, your acting superintendent, and we will continue to do that. Personally, because we both live off Big Walnut, just south of here. So we want to see this district be successful and your new leader be successful. This is my 40th year in education, and I spent most of it just south of here. Started in Worthington, where I spent most of my teaching career. I was superintendent of Worcester, which was just 5,000 students, and then in Westerville, which was 15,000. Retired from Westerville in 2013, and then went immediately to Columbus, and I spent 5 years in Columbus. And last year I served as interim in Bexley. So the rest of the time was part of the Ohio Department of Education. But we're right here, and we'll continue to be here, and we work very closely with our colleagues. And as Wade indicated, whether you choose OSBA, the ESC, Finding Leaders, K-12, whomever, we will be of service to them as well to make certain they're successful on your behalf.
So briefly, I want to, if you look at your handout, the search timeline, I'm not going to repeat basically what OSBA just told you, because most superintendent searches look the same. If you look down through this search timeline calendar, you talk about the announcement and the application window and the screening and all the due diligence. I think the one thing that this board needs to decide, and Steve asked that question, is what's the timeline look like? Here's what I wrote on your timeline. That's totally up to you. You can have an expedited search that we can do this really fast, or you can have what I would call a traditional search, which is going to take you roughly 60 days. That's totally up to you. We have worked with boards in consultation with other search firms just close by that are doing expedited superintendent searches. In other words, they've targeted the individuals that they want to talk to. You can do that. You can go through the traditional method of opening it up, making an announcement, and anybody that puts in for it, you filter through and see if that's a good match. I think most all search firms do the same thing in regard to trying to survey the community, survey the staff, and when the superintendent fills out those applications, having the ability to match up the qualities of what the superintendent has to offer with the qualities that the community and the staff members and the parents have stated that they need. So if you're going that route, obviously that's going to take longer than an expedited search. But those are all things that we do. We know and understand that your start date is August 1. We also know and understand there's probably 8 openings or soon-to-be openings in Central Ohio, and probably another 5 to 6 in what I would call the outer rings, which would be the Marion Pleasants of the world, the Ridgedales, so on and so forth. I only say that because people are going to start moving, and in fact, people have already started moving. It may be one of those situations where you slow play it to make sure, and it may be one of those situations where you know of someone and you want to go after them. Those are all things that the board has to talk about. I will only leave you with this piece in regard to thinking about and worrying about, is there someone out there? We just finished the Whitehall search, and we started that Whitehall search in probably January? Yeah. And many of the concerns of the board at that time was we're not going to get any candidates because it's January. And it's too early, and I take that back. The search actually started in September. They're taking over the position on January 1, and the biggest concern was, will we get someone interested in that position? We had 30 applicants for that job, and again, that all comes down to Is it the right fit? Is it the right time? Is it the right place? So that's all I will say to you, about that search timeline, because I think pretty well we all do the same. I could probably get more, after Dan is done doing his section, we would hear more or answer more of your questions once we get to that part. So Dan, you're up.
All right. Well, we actually had 31 applicants. One was an airline pilot, so I eliminated that one. But the other
That seems
30
pretty wise to me.
The other 30 were well qualified, and we were very pleased, and I think the board was as well. But again, you're going to get quality service from OSB, whomever you choose, and again, we'll be working closely with them. We are currently working with 6 districts now, so we know who some of those candidates are out there, and oftentimes it is about the fit and what your profile says you're seeking. And we do collect some data from your stakeholders, your constituents, and we keep that data local. It's on our server, no one else's, and we actually use that data. We compare that data to their applications and the reference checks that we do to see if there's a good match. And that isn't the decider, but it's an additional consideration for your benefit. We also make certain that you have a point person, so you can either call Wade or you can call myself, or if someone else from the ESC does that, you know who to go to. And we make very clear the communication chain of command to you, so that whether we're working directly with you, board president or vice president, or whether it's the board, it's a whole committee. So we'll establish all those things right out of the bat, so there's never any confusion, and you know that you're getting all of the information the same way every time. We also make certain we're very clear about who in administration receives information. This is the board search. As Kim indicated, and statutorily, this is your obligation. It's your opportunity to make that mark, and it's a very, very important decision, as Rod said. And so we want to make certain we honor that that's the board's determination. It's not the treasurer's, it's not your acting superintendent's, it's yours. And so we take your lead on who you want us to work with in the district, and we usually work closely with the communications person as well. We also will help advise you as to when something can be an executive session conversation and when it needs to be in a public session like this, because you are in the process of acting on a personnel item. So there's opportunities to have some conversations that are not necessarily for public consumption. And we'll make certain you don't break any rules as we go down those paths.
Thank you for that.
Everything will be in a notebook. I think Wade brought a notebook to show you. So you will have that at your disposal. There'll be a timeline in the front, a calendar. We'll have the list of legal and illegal questions that Kim referenced right there. We'll have the standards. We'll have the interstate consortia, leadership qualities, lots of different reference points for you, as well as all the applications if you want to see them, or just the applications you screen as ones you want to review. So that'll be in your hands in hard copy, and we can also make it available to you digitally. So at any time, you really shouldn't have questions. If you do, you'll have the resources at your fingertips. We will have a conversation with you, as I know other search firms will, about whether you want to consider internal candidates, because you certainly don't want someone, if you're not going to consider internal candidates, you don't necessarily want them completing an application, making that public when you really have no intent of moving them forward. It doesn't mean that you're not supportive of their career pathway that they choose. It may just not be right now in this place. And so we want to make certain we're honest with the people that have been loyal and in service to this district at the outset. So that'll be a conversation we'll have with you. I think really pretty much everything else was covered. You can see some pitfalls on your sheet there. Is when we speak about this search outside of board meetings or outside of executive sessions, that can become a confidentiality risk for you. A lot of times you'll have public pressure, keeping the emails to a minimum, and so there, we can cover all that another time though. But again, like Kim and Rod indicated and Wade has said, we will stay with you. So not only is it guaranteed, but we will continue with the development. The ESC now runs the National Superintendent's Academy. Mark's a graduate of that academy. We've done that for 2 years now. We have the District Leadership Institute prior to that, and we hold monthly meetings with all of the Central Ohio superintendents. In fact, we just had one yesterday. It was the compact meeting. And so that's a place where they work together and we grow each other and support each other. So what else?
I think that's it. Outside one thing I would add on the pitfalls, in the next 60 days, you're going to be looking at superintendents, and also know that superintendents are going to be looking at you. That's a two-way street, and that's a vital match. People will get on the stream. We've done it. been in like 5 or 6 different districts. That's the first thing you do. First question comes out. Tell me about the board. That's the first question. So always keep that in mind in the next 30 to 60 days. You're not only putting someone that has the potential to be here, you know, on center stage, but you're also on center stage. So I think it's a great school district, really is. A lot of hard work has been put forth, and you're going to get a lot of good candidates. So, questions?
You would, Dr. Luke and Dr. Good, thank you very much. And actually, thank you all 4 of you. We're 11:30 at night. If anybody is watching the stream, and this just goes to the dedication, not just of, so here's my plug. I've learned the lesson. Thank you. You actually answered both of the questions that I had earlier in terms of what a typical timeline looks like, as well as whether you work with the entire board or the ad hoc group. From that standpoint, either way, you feel like the candidate could be in place by the beginning of the next contract cycle.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you both. And Dr. Good, just so you know, when you referenced the airline pilot who had applied, we have an airline pilot as a board member, so my response back, I apologize for that. It was just in reference to that.
I have my pilot's license, which is why I use that as an example.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I applied for that job and had to eliminate myself. So.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Open for discussion for the search process.
I think it's a little awkward what we've asked these 2 groups to do, and very appreciative to both of them that they've come in and stayed so late, but also reassured the board that with our entanglements is not the right word, with our existing relationships with both organizations, they understand that if we were to pick one or the other, that the relationship would stay intact. And I think that's very important as we consider movement forward. Sorry, Ms. Nix, I cut you off and I did not mean to.
I have no comment.
I think we probably need to make a decision in terms of how we plan to move forward. Again, I agree with what both presentations shared in terms of this is the work. There is, in this moment, nothing more important than doing this work. And to that end, you know, from this moment forward, we're only burning daylight for dark. Sorry, meaning that, you know, time's ticking. We need to be able, sorry, that
Time's been ticking for about 6 hours.
that's the truth. That isn't on me, though.
Well, I believe that in order to streamline, we're probably gonna have to do part of this without full board, which would mean that I need to make an ad hoc committee
Certainly your
to
preference.
to narrow down the candidates to the interview part.
Meaning the candidates in terms of the representation of who's been here tonight, or are you talking the candidates in terms of who might apply for this role?
2 things, who might apply, but also to determine, well, I suppose we can determine that as a full board right now. Are we going to utilize external sources, or are we going to do our own searching?
We'll let you have this conversation.
Hey, you can tune in on the drive home.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
You can see the final version.
Mr. Linscott will do us the solid of shaking your hand and saying thank you on the way out.
You're going to the next.
I think having an internal, handling it internally, I think would be a big struggle for us, just because I just don't think our team has the bandwidth for it. I mean, certainly we would need points of contact internal, and there's just a lot going on. It's a busy time of year.
I do agree with you, Sherry, that this would be an overwhelming task to internally do this and to, like you said, we don't have the bandwidth to do this. So are we, carry on in the discussions, are we internal or external? Is that the question, is that we are?
That's the
That's our
discussion
question.
we're having right now.
Okay.
What do you think?
Wake up, Alice.
I'm awake. I agree with Sherry. I mean, just from recognizing all the duties that have to be fulfilled.
We're still gonna have to fulfill them.
Right.
Steve, what's your position? If you have one.
I do. I have many.
We only need one at the
Give us
moment.
one.
Well, my position remains this, that this is the most important decision the 5 board members have to fulfill before August 1, period.
Your
Everything
second
else.
position.
Well, no, I'm going to get to that then. Everything else is subsequent to that. So all of the conversations around examples like OHSAA, you know, we need to make those as a board and do the due diligence that we were elected to do. And that in those moments, the superintendent candidates will be inherent and integral to those processes. Not necessarily those decisions, but those processes. So in that, you know, whatever speed we're going to choose to work at, a couple of things. This community deserves, we're losing a superlative superintendent. This community deserves a superlative superintendent. Our students deserve a superlative superintendent. We owe that to this board, boards previous, and boards future, as well as our administrative team and our students. With that, what gives us the greatest chance of finding a superlative superintendent? If the answer to that question is, hey, open up the search, see who applies, and we think that we can ferret through that on our own, or is that we have professional organizations that came in here and presented on their timelines and would be ensuring that we're doing it the right way?
I do have a question, Steve, and you might have the answer.
I doubt it.
Is there a fee OSBA charges? Because I sense they said if it fails or that it didn't work, it would not be a cost the second time.
Right.
So that's a great question, and I think if, to now Mr. Krau's point, if we're gonna appoint an ad hoc, that would probably have to be one of the questions, because both of these presentations, while that question wasn't asked about money, both allude to that in terms of the scope of the work.
Right.
One had the OSBA does have the cost.
900, I saw
Yeah,
that.
and
on
then, but the
last
other
page.
educational service center, I did not see the cost.
I think that I read that there isn't a cost if you go through that.
Well, they certainly referred to the fact that if they had to do it a second time, it would be no expense, which may mean.
Well, that's
Did you mean
OSBA.
OSBA or did you mean
OSBA.
ESC of Central Ohio?
Yeah, I think that's part of the membership through the, I read it somewhere the other day.
So again, I feel like that would be.
Don't go by it, but I read it.
No, I believe you.
Well, either way, even if we're going to utilize a service to narrow down the hunt, we need to make a determination whether we're gonna, or I guess I do, create an ad hoc committee. Because some of that work can be done without a meeting. Can it not?
It can.
And
And specifically when you and I just want to be clear, because again, my concern is that we get this wrong. My concern is also in reference to the students that we serve and the implications for that. So when you say some of it can be done by ad hoc committee, in terms of information gathering, questions such as, hey, do you charge And recommendations back to the full board, yes, I agree. Things like paper screens and coming up with conversations around what a profile looks like, I think those have to be actions of a full board. So now back to the point of there will need to be conversations as well as meetings prior to a decision happening, or the next meeting, I guess is what I'm saying. We have to be able to do it right.
Are we, just questioning, can we make any decision on the external or internal choice? And then if we make that choice, move forward tonight. I feel that we need to research these companies, but I think maybe we have enough information now to know if we want internal or external.
Well said.
And then move forward. We have an elephant, we have to eat it one leg at a time. So let's,
One bite at a time. not
one bite at
leg.
a time,
one
well,
leg.
leg, okay. You know, the airline pilots eat a lot.
Start with
Yeah.
the leg.
So I think, would we be making a vote whether we're going to internal or external? Do we need to make a vote?
We would need to vote if we were going to go external for an organization. I don't believe you need to make a vote to go internal in order to handle the processes here locally.
It looks like it's $2,750 plus expenses.
From the ESE,
From the OSBA.
all from OSBA.
Yeah. I see 9,000 right here, the very back page. where it
Yeah,
says-
this is 9,000 plus expenses.
Oh.
10,000.
What page are you on?
The,
10.
like last flap?
So, Mr. President, I would say this, that even if we were thinking about going external, then we probably need to have an additional follow-on call in terms of cost of services so we could provide that clarity to our membership. Now, what decision is formulated from there, I guess my logic stream would bring me to, we could provide that information back, but then the challenge is we would need to set another meeting to have a conversation about if we were to select a firm. And if we weren't to select a firm, then I think the reality is we have board policy, and I'm going to refer to both of those. One's 1220 and one is 1230. 1220 is specifically employment of the superintendent. 1230 is job description of the superintendent of schools. Both require that when conducting a search that we revisit those two policies specifically. So again, just logic stream would be if you were to appoint an ad hoc committee to find out the answers to actual dollar costs so that we could make that informed decision, then it would be the expectation that you would either select and place a vote to select an external organization or be internal. And if we were internal, then we would need to revisit those two policies.
Well, I suppose we could do it, either way, we're gonna have, even with the process that they laid out, there's gotta be another meeting.
Yep.
Long before our scheduled meeting next
Yep.
month.
Right.
Like, what are you doing here in about 13 minutes? It'll be a new day. That doesn't give us sunshine rules.
Yeah,
I know
no,
I was
we
being
can't do that.
facetious. We can't
Yeah, I
do it
know.
without
I
posting
know.
minutes.
I would propose that I make a ad hoc committee.
Second.
I don't think I need the second. I think under
You know what?
policy.
You're right. You're the president.
I
That's
just
right.
say it.
Oh, thank you.
And then I declare who's on the committee. Is everybody
And
okay?
I'm sorry, what's this committee? This
Pardon?
is, the committee is, the ad hoc committee is,
It's to explore and get the prices for those services.
Come back with a recommendation.
This
Right,
one is
at the next-
$10,000.
Pardon?
OSBA is $10,000.
Oh, 10?
It's
Yeah,
10.
yeah.
I thought you said 2.
Yeah, I was reading the wrong thing.
Oh,
It's late.
Page 10.
the ad hoc committee pronouncement would allow, I would name Steve and me for us to have discussions with them or the other, there's 2 more.
K-12 and finding leaders.
Right. Without calling for a full board meeting, but we do need to set, with everybody's tight schedules, we need to set a meeting up sometime in the next week.
Yep.
What's your schedule?
Call it. There's nothing more important than this right now. So, and by reference, then just a quick web search, I think, like, okay, so Tiffin isn't necessarily close. Pleasant is 1 county north. Gahanna Jefferson in Franklin County. Buckeye Valley in this county. Now, I think their search might be wrapping up. I haven't seen an announcement there yet. Bay Village, Upper Arlington, Reynoldsburg, Johnstown. These are folks who have been in the water now for a while. So if we want to find the right candidate for us and not somebody else who's been bouncing around amongst these others, and, you know, this needs to be the work.
So you're saying you want to get started faster than what those organizations can provide, timeline-wise? I'm missing the point here.
I think that we need to move with all due haste. If we're going to contract with an outside organization, then we need to start that process as quickly as possible. If the thinking of the 5 members of this board is that we're going to go internally, then we need to start that meeting or as quickly as possible. And I would suggest you and I setting up some time to make those phone calls within the next 48 hours, and then potentially another meeting within the next week. So Thursday the 28th or something along those lines. I don't know.
Is Thursday the only day? I mean,
No. We have the Community Expo on Tuesday that normally we as a board have a presence at. Right, again, normally, I can't speak to normally because my normal was the pandemic, but.
right. Well, first, let's get first things first. Is everybody in concurrence with the ad hoc? I don't have to ask, but I will ask only because I want to have continuity here.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're just going to appoint, like, how many people will be on the ad hoc? You, Steve, and,
I was just going to limit it to 2.
oh, okay.
Just,
Okay.
he knows the business better than I know the
Sure.
business. Now, Thursday next week, whose schedules are okay?
What time?
Fine.
That's the 28th. I'm open.
You're okay? And you're okay?
Yes, sir.
I mean, basically, everything else just gets moved.
6:30, a lot shorter.
6:30 works for me.
So right now, we're not, so here's the good news, Mr. Treasurer, Mr. Assistant Superintendent. Right now, there's no additional need there. I would assume, though, Mr. President, that we would want both of them at that board meeting.
Unfortunately. Is that okay? I didn't
So,
check
yeah, I
your
was gonna,
schedule.
that's why I was asking, like, are you guys available there?
I think I am needed to transport children in multiple locations that night.
And you can appoint a designee
No.
for
I
ORC.
think the chance of asking him and having that response, is there another day that works for you, Jeremy?
I think any other night other than that would
Well, okay, that's.
In other words, there ain't no way they would have a meeting 1 week later.
Wednesday?
Wednesday's senior night for track.
Wednesday's no good for you?
Well, it's senior night for track.
Oh, Tuesday?
I mean, once I got senior night is over at, I think it's early, it's 4:15-ish, and then I can
Is it,
bail
is
on
it
that.
at home?
Yeah.
The
it's-
community expo runs till 8, Mr. Cooper.
On Tuesday?
So a board meeting at 8 o'clock on Tuesday,
8 o'clock at night?
with the community expo running from 5 till 8. I mean, I was planning on being at least as a board member at the community expo on Tuesday night.
What about on Wednesday, like later?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, like literally the senior night stuff, I think starts at like 4:15 or whatever, a little quick. I mean, so probably 6 or 6:30 that would probably work.
On Wednesday?
Yeah.
How does Wednesday work?
Wednesday,
Yes, sir.
and what's a safe time?
6:30.
6:30 Wednesday. That'd be the 27th, right?
Yes, sir. I
That
started
good
it.
for you, Alice?
Yes.
That good for you, Jeremy?
I think so.
Keep the house in good order?
Thank you for sharing that, Jeremy. I mean, there's a reason to ask, so thank you for that.
So we really don't need to go over anything else tonight?
We still have another executive session scheduled, sir.
No, I mean on this,
Oh, on this topic?
on 16-2,
I don't believe so.
and it's in the meeting minutes that I created, the ad hoc, okay. Going to item 17, scheduling of next school board meeting. Do we include the one that we just made?
Yes, sir.
I think since we know, you can.
Yeah.
That would be on April 27th at
6:30.
6:30.
And it would not be a regularly scheduled
No,
meeting.
it's
This
a
would be a
special
special meeting with the only topic, superintendent search.
Correct. And then the next meeting would be, the regular scheduled meeting would be May 19, 2022 at 6:30 here. Live streaming will be made available. Item 18, executive session. It is recommended the board enter executive session to consider the employment of a public employee or official.
So moved.
Mr. Fuji?
Yes.
Mrs. Graziosi?
Yes.
Mr. Crowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorsch?
Yes.
Mrs. Nix?
Yes.
Adjourned.
Somebody warned me from doing that prior, and I
Okay, fair
take
point.
heed with that. It's better to leave it open.
Fair point, sir.
Yes,
Yes.
we're back in session at 12:42.
On the 22nd.
Mr.
And
President, I move to
I would
adjourn.
entertain a motion to adjourn.
I so move.
Second.
Aye.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Good night.